welcome to LFG Con 2026. This is just a test of our live. We're going to come back with some awesome panels today. We got a panel on using tabletop role-playing games to build social emotional skills to start us off today, and come back at 10:30-ish.
discussing with you using tabletop role-playing games for developing social emotional skills. I guess if you're in advance. Okay, now, this is me, John Cassie. This is game mastering in the 80s. I've been doing this, game mastering, since 1979. Okay, so D&D first edition. Okay, so I've been at this a long time. This is my 29th year teaching and administrating and whatever in independent schools all over the country. So I've got lots of perspectives on schools, kids, and how kids have changed in the 29 years since I've been in the business. I've written books about game-based learning. I've written books for game masters. And I've spoken a lot about this topic and a bunch of other topics that relate to game-based learning, gamified instruction. So I'm very happy to take questions and to share perspectives and to sort of bring you into, at least what my thinking is at this moment on this topic and these I am one of the founders of Qualia, the School for Deeper Learning, which is an independent school in Calabasas. And we serve students throughout the region. We have students who come from here, sort of Burbank, Glendale. We have students who come from as far away as Santa Barbara, right, South Pasadena. So they come from all over the place. Why? Because we're unique in the Southern California market in that we are intentionally small. Full, we'd have 75 students. We have fewer than that now, right? For us, a really big class has 10 kids. We don't believe in a back row. We believe in the seminar. Everyone sits around the table. We have conversations. Okay? We learn through collaboration. And by deeply, deeply considering whatever the question is that is at hand. Okay? This is our 6th year. Before that, we were a school called Arte Preparatory Academy in West LA, and that was in business as well. So we're in our 19th year, when you think about that, doing seminar-based education that's really suited to gifted, highly gifted, gifted adjacent kind of kids, right? The kids who like learning, right? And who want to be in a room where the other students are keen to learn and who like talking about ideas. We use a lot of game-based learning. We have game-based classes. We have a game design class. And we use tabletop role-playing games a lot in our practice to develop social emotions. So that's us. Okay, now, just so that you have a sense of where I'm coming from, okay? I wanted to share with you what I think what is the purpose of education? Okay? It's this. If you can solve any problem that you think is worthy, and you have the capacity to make dignifying life choices, and you make life choices that dignify others, and you take personal responsibility for building an effective democratic society. If your education does this, good enough, from my perspective. I talk a lot with my parents, not my parents, but my parents at school, my kids' parents, right, about what's really at stake. Okay? Parents often are very narrowly focused in time. As a school, we are focused on the longest path, okay? So I'll say something like this. Oh, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. No. So your kid is 10. Uh-huh. Great. So they were born in, 2015. Oh. Right? All right. So they'll be 55 in the wheelhouse of their career, everything going aces in the year 2070. And then their eyes, just look at their eyes are like, oh Yes, that's what we care about. The adult at 55 who's running the country and who's making choices and who's building things. I believe that an excellent high school foundation opens the doors to an even better college or work infrastructure. You build a good house on a good foundation. Okay? And then I tell them, hey, your grandchildren will be alive and working in the 22nd century. Because that's also true. That's what we care about. And that's what I care about as an educator. That's the only reason to do this. It's not for glory or remuneration. It's to have that kind of influence, right? I'm mindful of the fact that I graduated high school in 1986. My oldest teacher retired after a 40-year career. So she began teaching in 1946 in the Truman administration. And here I am, educating, having been influenced by her in 2026. That's the path. That's the scope. So those are my values. Now, the Collaborative for Social Emotional Learning, if you don't know them and you care about this, look them up. Okay? Deep dive. Okay? CASEL, I'm going to refer to CASEL a lot going forward. CASEL is the Collaboration for Social Emotional Learning. Really good theory, really good practice on these ideas. Okay? The process by which children acquire and effectively apply those things that are necessary to understand and manage their emotional state, to take responsibility, and to make good decisions. To me, that's all social emotional learning is. It's not more complicated. Schools often make it complicated. It's really just about self-awareness, social awareness, and responsibility. Here's their framework. There are the 5 notions in the center there: self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, social awareness. I'm going to talk about each of them from a gaming perspective in a few minutes. Okay? The CASEL framework is applicable in all contexts. So if you are all educators in schools, you can take this back with you and think about what your school does or doesn't do to advance these notions. Some schools are really good at maybe responsible decision-making, but they're really not very focused on self-awareness, but they're decent at self-management. And they're not even aware that there are these other dimensions that they ought to be thinking about. Most schools, mine included, don't hit all of these home run, home run, home run. It's super hard to get it kinda good some of the time, right? To get it always, all the time, really hard. Okay? But this is a framework. There are others, but this is the one I think that you should really have front of mind. Okay? It's the most useful, I think. Okay? All right. So, why should you care? Scholarship absolutely bedrock confirms that if these things are in good order, everything else is in good order. Okay? Critics of schools that spend time on advisory programs or on social emotional development or on camps or things of that sort have a kind of rigid back to basics, it's 1950, even though it's 2026 kind of thing, thinking that more discipline is what's necessary. You want an orderly classroom because you want students who are self-managing and who are responsible for themselves and for the learning of others. But at the end of the day, it's not about sort of wistful notions of self-esteem. you'll note that the castle framework doesn't have self-esteem. That's not what I am focused on. Rather, I'm focused on these other notions, because by doing so, you open the doors for everything else that you want with a well-adjusted young person. Now, why should you care about games? Do you know the book Reality is Broken by Jane McGonigal? Dustin does. Yeah. Okay, if you don't know this book, buy it today, okay? Jane McGonigal, serious games researcher. She writes books. She makes apps. She's amazingly interesting. She wrote a book about 15 years ago called Reality is Broken, in which she was trying to figure out why. One of the places that she sort of originated her thinking was, why have, this is 2011, why have something like 10 billion hours of actual work been performed in World of Warcraft? What if people devoted any amount of that work to doing anything in the real world? Now, I say this as a person who has a level 800 archaeology skill in World of Warcraft, which is not a 2-hour affair. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's shameful. Okay? To say nothing of the 500 rank fishing I have. I don't even like fishing, right? My husband, by contrast, loves fishing. I even bought him this weird little digital thing that when his character fishes, it gives him a little chair and an umbrella. Okay? It's adorable, right? But fish, no. So 10 billion hours 15 years ago. So it's probably 50 billion hours of work have been performed now. Why? Because reality sucks. How does World of Warcraft incentivize and motivate? Okay, now if you want to talk about, developing learning structures, not social emotional stuff, but literally learning structures, classroom lesson planning that engages those skills. Well, I've just come to the exhibit hall. I'm repping qualia in the exhibit room. I'll talk to you all day long about quest design for learning, achievement systems, leaderboards, blah, 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 forever. Okay? I've done it. It totally works. Totally works. Not the topic of this talk. Okay? So why games? Because reality sucks. You know this notion of the magic circle? Have you heard this? You read about this? Okay. So basically, in games, there's a boundary around a game, isn't there? Okay? I'm playing a game, I'm in the game space. I'm in reality, reality sucks. But it doesn't in the game. Right? The game doesn't really care if I'm 12 or if I'm gender nonconforming or 75 or all the game cares about is how you play the game. Mackenzie Wark wrote a book called Gamer Theory, said the only place that's utopian in our contemporary world is game spaces. These are both digital and analog. Okay? All the game cares about is how you play. That's what we should be trying to build, it seems to me. Spaces in reality that follow game space utopian notions. That's what I hope that this will be. All right, so why tabletop role-playing? It's as like castle and bank. So I'm going to go through each of these in step. Okay? Do you know the game Arkham Horror? Yes. Okay, a little bit. Okay. These are cards from a game called Arkham Horror, the card game. Okay? In this, you make decks like a Magic the Gathering deck or Pokemon deck or something to that effect, okay? And you have a character who has statistics and an identity, okay? That means that they interact with the game world in a particular kind of way, okay? If you have your students or young people create characters, it doesn't have to be very complicated. They don't even need to create them. Just play games that give you a character, okay? And rather than thinking about those characters as just a set of numbers, ask them to think a little bit about what, in this case, Wendy is thinking as you're playing, okay? The structure of Arkham Horror is a episode by episode, like a novel divided into 8 story beats, where the characters are dealing with some sort of galaxy ending, civilization ending, squamous threat, okay? All the characters in Arkham Horror are just regular people who find themselves in these kind of liminal circumstances, okay? The point of this is if you have your kids think about character, they're already wired to do this, okay? The more they experience and practice working character, the more you can come in as the trusted adult, educator, however you want to frame it, and say, well, Wendy would have done that this way. What about you? Okay. How are you like Wendy? How are you different from Wendy? Okay. Once they've had some experience with interacting with characters that already exist, you can pick literally any role-playing system and have them design characters. How many of you play tabletop role-playing games? Sure, some of you in the room, right? Right? I was talking to a candidate for a job. I always talk about games when I'm talking to candidates. You know, what's the last thing you played? He gave me a game, Dogs in the Vineyard. Okay, it's a cool little indie game. Okay, it's got an interesting character creation system. For me, even if the game never runs, just running a character creation process is fun. Just do that. Have them make D&D characters, right? Or see if you can find some systems. The best one is an old game, long out of print, called Time Lords, where the character is you. So you go through the character creation process. Hold a gallon of milk out. If you can hold it out for 15 seconds, you have strength 0. If you can, what are the skills you have, right? And go, right? Now, the whole idea of it is that you're sort of like, a bunch of rubes who get visited in session 1 by a more experienced version of yourself who gives you an object, which in this case is called a matrix. It's just before the matrix. Okay. And the matrix is a time travel device that your experienced version knows how to use, but you don't. They give you this matrix, and it fires, and you find yourself in some other place, and away you go. Okay? But you're you as a level 0. I could call my friend Rob right now on that phone. This game I'm describing 35 years ago. I could say, tell them about Iceland. Okay? This was a time when he, not the most socially emotionally intelligent human being, candidly, okay, lovely person, but in 1990, working on it, right? Okay? He has himself as a character. I have sent them to Iceland because I love Iceland, okay? And there's a scrum, as sometimes happens, right? And 2 of us are about to be killed, okay? Time Lord's very, very violent. It's like if you engage in violence, that's your choice, but a bullet will rip through you, an axe will do very unpleasant things to you. It's not simulate, it's proper, right? And so he intervened at the cost of his own life to save us. That's him, his character, right? 35 years ago, he could remember it beat, 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 right? That's why you do this, okay? Doesn't matter what the game is, right? D&D is fun, okay? One of the funnest games I've ever game mastered is called Call of Cthulhu. It's Call of Cthulhu, but you're cats, okay? And there are cat character classes, and and you're in a world where there's a bunch of humans and terrible things happen. But the humans are like, dolts, right? So you have to figure it out. Okay. Okay. So first off, self-awareness. You know this notion of bleed? Have you heard this term bleed? When your identity and the character sort of start to come together a little bit. In game spaces, particularly in LARPs, bleed is something that is like, has to be managed, right? But I think for our purposes, you want a little bit of bleed between character and self, because what you want is the young person to be able to reflect on themselves at a certain remove, right? Because even as a grown adult with a fully wired, executive function and, neurology, it can be kind of garbage to, like, reflect on yourself. At least that's my perspective. But I can do a little bit better. Certainly, I've seen plenty of kids do better. If you're doing it through an avatar or through a lens. Okay? So, that's the first thing. Just make characters. Even cats. It's good enough. It really is. Okay. Second, self-management. Okay, this is my friend Mei Lin. Okay, this is a game called Bausack. It's an old German dexterity game. I love dexterity games. Okay, they have great table charisma. Okay, anyone can play them. Okay, and they always generate moments of excitement and challenge. Okay, so she's built this structure, reasonably sturdy. There's a plinth here. She's trying to put this piece on top of the plinth. That piece is obviously ridiculously heavy, and that plinth is very unlikely to hold said piece. The gap is self-management. Okay. Am I going to do this? If I do it and it doesn't work, how am I going to respond to it? How am I going to manage myself? You're taking a risk. Good. That's a component of self-management. If it goes poorly, what did you think was going to happen? If it goes well, don't be overly confident, right? Be within range, okay? That, to me, at least, is what self-management is. Be in range. Now, if you work in schools, you've seen technology-driven impulsivity go up, okay? You've seen kind of technology-motivated self-criticism go up in the last 15 or so years. What we know is that game spaces, by virtue of being playful, fun, but also stressful, they can help mitigate some of these negative things. Again, I just gave you the example of a analog tabletop game. Could just as easily have been a screenshot from any video game. It doesn't matter. I'm not anti-tech. I'm anti-thoughtless use of anything. Okay? And I'm spending 15 hours a day doing anything, right? I say to parents who ask me about their kids' video gaming, I said, well, how long do you let them play? I hadn't really thought about that. But you wouldn't let them work out in the gym for 5 hours every day. You wouldn't let them play baseball for 5 hours every day. You'd have them take a break, right? I said, it's just the same. Talk to your kid about what they're getting from the game, how the game is structured, right? You might want it to be in 20-minute increments, but the game may be played in 40-minute increments. So if you try to limit it to 20, you're going to get arguments, and you won't understand the arguments because you don't know the game. Right? You have to parent the device. You have to parent the game as well as your kid. So you have to understand it. Maybe you should play it with him. Oh, I'm no good at games. Irrelevant. Right? Yeah, they were garbage at this game too when they started. If you play it, you'll get better at it. Unless it's Dark Souls. You're just blind. Sorry. Here's a quote. I don't know if you read it, but if you haven't, read it now. Playing D&D has given my son a great amount of growth. He's developed coping mechanisms to deal with his frustrations. He used to have emotional outbursts every game, but now it's maybe once or twice in the past 2 years. That's what games do. And sometimes, right? Well, that's on you for playing League of Legends, right? Yeah. I only rage every 5 minutes now. I am making progress, right? You get the point, right? Yeah. All right, so, you know, students, young people, I'm 58, so my parents' parenting strategy was, there's a garden hose to drink water from. You have a bike. Get the hell out of here. As a 5-year-old, I mean, I know what I did as a 5-year-old. I know how far I ranged from home. Parents do not allow this anymore, right? I was quite far, right? It's fine, okay? It develops a certain different sense of proportion and relation to the world than parent-managed play dates, always indoors, right? Okay. So we're not as free-range as we used to be. Peter Gray's book, Free Range Kids, read it. Really good. Okay. We need more of that. All role-playing games have the capacity to build a little bit of that framework, empathy, perspective that we used to get from going to the bowling alley. And which TikTok and Instagram are not really designed to build. They help a little. What those tools are really good at is sustaining relationships that are built in real space. Okay? And using them as real. And kids should be allowed to use them after about maybe grade 8. Okay? Each kid is different, right? I say to middle school parents, 6th grade, almost certainly not. 9th grade, almost certainly. So you need to figure out how these things work if you don't already know. And you need to figure out how these devices that you're giving your kids work so that you can parent them and the app and the game effectively. Then it's just a partnership with your kid, and it'll be fine. Right? Kids will always find something to push back on, right? But they won't be able to push back on the stuff that all their friends are pushing back on because you've created guardrails that are actually good for their social emotional development. Right? And if you're playing these games with them, better still. Because then you know them, and it's probably going to be helpful to you as well. Okay? So, social awareness. Okay? We're going to do a little bit of a game called The Quiet Year. Anyone know this game? Okay. It's a classic indie. Okay? no game is better at this than that, okay? You have a community that has gone through something very difficult. You have a year to reset before the next difficulty comes in. Players decide what the community is, where it is, etc. You make a map of wherever you are, whatever it is you're doing, and then each turn involves the turn of a card and a question. And I have sort of a fake quiet year kind of thing we'll do at the end. You'll get a sense of what the questions are like when I give you my flavor. Okay? It's totally inspired by the quiet year. The flavor will be right. Okay? Next. All right. Responsible decision making is pretty straightforward. You know this game, This War of Mine? Okay. It's a video game that has been made into a tabletop game. In the 1990s, during the Yugoslav Civil War, the city of Sarajevo and other Bosnian cities were besieged. Ethnic cleansing, tens of thousands of people killed, starvation, etc. Okay? This War of Mine is a simulation of a different city. Okay? Not Sarajevo, but essentially Sarajevo. You and your 4 or 5 other players are playing a team of regular people. Your object, survive until the city is relieved, the siege is relieved by the UN, which could happen it will happen at some point if you survive. Okay? Unbelievably compelling story. The victory conditions are brutal. When someone dies or leaves the house because they're so depressed they can't go on, you will feel it, okay? You look online about people saying this game, they're like, it's not a game, it's an experience, okay? It's not fun, but it's so meaningful. You have to make decisions. I'm going to give Jess food, and I'm going to starve this other guy, because that guy can go out tomorrow because he knows how to use a gun and maybe get some food for the house. Jess is no good with guns. And if I don't feed Jess today, your morale will drop to, you won't stay. Well, if you leave, you lose. So I'm going to feed you and not you, even though you're the one with the gun. You would think that, every turn is this. Okay? And it's all about this. Okay? Older kids. Right? Okay. Relationship building, right? Games are social things. Your kids who are playing digitally motivated games or are playing Magic the Gathering on Friday evenings or whatever are building social relationships. Sometimes it's easier to build a social relationship with a context than it is out of nowhere. I'm giving a talk at a conference, but my Myers-Briggs, I'm an I, not an E. My energy recharges by doing stuff in sort of small settings. That's why I like game master and tabletop role-playing. It's just to me, I can't do that. Right? But even extroverts do better when they're younger with a context. So if you run a school or if you work at a school, do some games in the afternoon. Do a thing on a Saturday. If you're a parent, encourage your kid to play Yu-Gi-Oh! On Saturday afternoon or whatever, because you're going to meet cool people. You're going to meet people you don't like, but that's okay. It helps to know what's my jam and what isn't my jam, and what kind of player am I, right? Bring them to this, right? Or have them come to Qualia. We have programs and strategy games. And we do games regularly in our classes. Send your kid to me. All right, next. All right, so the quiet year. This is what a map looks like in the quiet year. You know, you've got the tree, that's the ceremonial tree, and someone builds in a waterfall. It's a geographic, it's sort of geography-based community building kind of game. So you end up with a map. Imagine a middle school. Jan Brady Middle School, home of the Marshall. Sometimes the joke lands, sometimes it doesn't. I'm never going to go away from it because I think it's a brilliant joke. Okay, so these are the kinds of questions that the quiet year would ask. Okay? Someone new arrives at school or in the community. Who is that person? How do you want to relate to that person? How do you relate to that person? Okay? So imagine a middle school. Okay? Where's the school? Someone toss out. Where is this school? It's in Southern California, but where in Southern California? Is it in the city of Los Angeles or is it in Palmdale? It's in the San Gabriel Valley, okay? What makes the San Gabriel Valley unique? Well, it was settled after Los Angeles City and before the Inland Empire, right? So you've got a kind of 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s kind of vibe, right? It's not like parts of Orange County that were finished a week ago, right? Right. You have some. It's got a little bit of a historical character, but perhaps not quite as lived in as Los Angeles proper, right? So it's got a little bit of a vibe. Okay. I used to work at a school in Orange County, and when I was hiring people from outside the state, I would say, and they were coming, I would say, okay, what kind of vibe do you want? Okay, because Orange County is going to give you two, all right? I said, if the city in Orange County borders Los Angeles County, Huntington Beach, Anaheim, Orange, Santa Ana, okay, it's going to feel like a real place, okay? It's going to have, you know, like a lot of different kinds of people, and it's going to feel a little bit more lived in because it was built well before the war, immediately after. Okay. Everywhere else in Orange County is going to be like living inside a cheesecake factory. I love Mission Viejo, but it is a little. It just doesn't feel fully lived in yet, right? And it's got a kind of monumentality that's I find it very strange, right? Like, I get it. So, San Gabriel Valley, not a cheesecake factory, but nor is it, you know, kind of lived in. What kind of people live in the San Gabriel Valley? Is San Gabriel Valley cities, are they white flight cities like Irvine was? You know, in Orange County, the Orange Curtain, right? You know this notion? You know what the John Birch Society is? Kind of a classic mid-20th century, ultra-conservative think tank. Originated in Wisconsin, but it was very popular in Orange County. Orange County was where people who didn't want to navigate living with non-white people went in the 60s and 70s. San Gabriel Valley's not like that. A lot of money in the San Gabriel Valley? Some. Okay. Not particularly rich, it's not particularly poor. Okay. What kind of a person could you put in a school like that would generate something interesting? Something that would provide little bit of grist. Okay? And that's what the quiet year is all about, right? Oh, you've got this person who's come in. Oh, their raft came over the waterfall. Or they parachuted in and they landed in the tree, right? What's great about the game, it's your turn, right? All you get to do is say, Andrew has arrived by parachute. He landed in the tree. And many of the children are upset because as he came down the tree, he kept breaking the branches. And now the tree looks kind of janky, and the kids are mad. That's all you get to say, okay? And then you do a couple of other things that are community-based, and then the turn passes. You're not Andrew. You're the community, right? So then the next turn, you draw another card. Who has the highest status in the community? The tree masters. Okay. Or the waterfall keepers, right? In this school, who could it be? Well, you would often answer this question, it's the football team, right? But you're the player and you're an iconoclast, so you go, no, it's the robotics team. Okay, or it's the debate team. It's the theater kids, it's the glee club, right? It could be anyone, right? Jess might have wanted it to be the theater kids, but someone else says, no, it's the water polo team. Okay? And you learn then that this guy who parachuted in, is a water polo player, or something to that effect. Right? As you build the community, all of the relationships between groups and contexts become ever more tightly known. Okay? It's an extraordinary experience. We played it on campus, and as a professional development, it's amazing. Okay? With kids, amazing. Okay? So look for it. Okay? It might even be for sale in the exhibit. Okay? If not, the quiet year, Avery Adler. Okay? All right, next. All right, so some games for you to think about. Okay, and then I'll take questions. Cooperative games that are legacy-based. Pandemic Legacy is pretty good. Okay, you have characters, right? Betrayal at House on the Hill Legacy, really good. Okay, Haunted House game played over like 4 centuries. Okay, great game. Sleeping Gods is from a company called Red Robin. The designer's named Ryan Laukat. He makes games that have they don't have boards, they have atlases, and they have like storybooks, right? So you find yourself in a different world, and you have to adventure to find your way out. Okay, Sleeping Gods is great. Okay, there's a version of Sleeping Gods called Distant Skies. It's a better game. It's tighter. Okay, but it's the same thing. Atlases and storybooks, and you have characters. All these games are going to provide you with, a character. You don't degenerate. Right? Storytelling games. Holding On, The Troubled Life of Billy Kerr. You are a nursing staff dealing with a person who's dying in your hospital. He's trying to figure out how to to unburden himself before he dies. Extraordinary game. Stuffed Fables. You are stuffed animals trying to defend a 3-year-old, right, in like your bedroom. And the game is essentially a big, loosely storybook of maps and encounters, and you tell the story as you flick the map. Okay, great game. Tales of the Arabian Nights, classic story game. You're a character. You have adventures in essentially the Tales of the Arabian Nights. You have adventures, and then you come back to Baghdad and win. Or if you're me, you come back to Baghdad, something terrible happens to you, you're sent out to Spain, and you lose. I always lose that. Okay? And then, of course, tabletop role-playing games, D&D, Pathfinder, Traveler, Numenera has one of the most interesting character development systems ever. Okay. Anyone know this game? Anyone but me know this game? Yeah. Okay. Right? You end up with a character being described by a sentence. I am an adjective, noun, who verbs. Okay. I am a clever Jack who rides the lightning. Okay. Clever Jack rides the lightning. All give you character concepts and structures and skills. Okay. Love it. And then there's a million indies. Okay. And here's just some, Quiet Year, Call of Cthulhu we've talked about. Dream Askew, Dream Apart are from the same author as The Quiet Year. Spirit of 77 is like badass 70s, like Dirty Harry, Blackula, this kind of vibe, right? You're in those kind of movies, right? Coyote and Crow, what if white people never came to North America? Imagine a North America in 2020 with no European contact. Go, right? Alice is Missing is a game that's played by text message. It's silent. 90 minutes. It's an extraordinary experience. Okay. Just played by text message. Okay. In silence. So this is me. Follow me anywhere. I'm going to be like I said, I'm going to be in the dealer room for the next couple of days, repping Qualia. If you want to learn more about the school, this is my game-based learning community. Okay, got 4 years of podcasts and a bunch of stuff on there. That's my book on game-based learning, and those are a couple of my books for game masters. Both ways is about building realistic and meaningful cultures, so that characters have a context in which to live, so they make decisions that make sense. Beyond the Veil is about making clerics make sense, and about building meaningful and realistic spiritual systems. So, that's it. Thanks so much. Questions? Anything? Bueller? Yes. Yeah. 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 I'm one of the founders of Quality. Next year I'm going to teach English, history, and game design. But I've taught Latin and entrepreneurship and other things. Is there a portal for that? I'll send you the slides, okay? But I don't know if there's a. Yeah, I'm happy. Just if you run a school or if you have a community and you want me to come in and do some PD, or to do this with them, or to do something with y'all's community, let me know. Anything else? Brilliant. Thanks for your time. Bye now.
Testing, testing. Can everyone hear me? How's everybody going? How's everybody doing this morning? All right, welcome to LFG Con. Can I get a show of hands? Anybody who came last year? Returning people, awesome. And who's first time this year? Awesome, okay, lots of people here. Well, welcome to a crash course in game manufacturing. For those who have not heard of us, I'm Peter, or sorry, I'm Matt, this is Peter. sorry. And we're both from Panda Game Manufacturing. We're a board game manufacturer who's made a lot of the titles that you might have played. And we're gonna talk to you about game manufacturing. Let me hand it over to Peter.
Yes, hey everybody, I am Peter, despite what you may have heard. And so today we have a few things to talk about. We're going to talk about who are we, what is Panda, who is Panda, what does Panda do. We're going to go into the manufacturing process. So this is overall, if you want to make a game, what it's going to look like, what to expect. And you know, we hope we can work with all of you, but whether or not you work with us or some other manufacturer, the process is going to be pretty similar no matter what. There'll be tiny details different, but it'll give you an overview of what to expect. We'll go into some tips and tricks, talking about how can you do better when you're going through this manufacturing journey. And then we'll talk about our design competition, P20, really great, exciting competition. There's a lot of money up for grabs that hopefully help you make your game a reality. And we'll have time for Q&A at the end. We'll also have time for questions as we go. So if you have questions as you go, raise your hand. We'll try to address them as we go, but know that we'll have dedicated time at the end as well. So who is Panda? Well, we are a full-service tabletop game manufacturer. When I say full-service tabletop game manufacturer, I mean we can make everything. If you've seen, getting ahead of myself, or behind myself. Pretty much anything that goes in a game box, we can make. We can make dice, cards, box, board. We can make plush. We can make books. We can make miniatures, standard miniatures, pre-painted, washed. We've done a candle before. We've done what else have we done? Yes, we can do giant chicken bags. So pretty much anything, and we are here to help make your crazy ideas a reality. We've been around almost 20 years. Next year will be our 20th anniversary. That's our P20 competition is the road to that. We have our manufacturing headquartered in Shenzhen, China. As well as Sao Paulo, Brazil. That's our newer facility. But most of what we do is going to be out of our factory in Shenzhen. That's where your games will actually be produced, manufactured, put together, all that. And we have clients all around the world, big and small. We work with some of the biggest names in the industry, as well as tiny first-time designers trying to figure out how to make their games. So we really are for everyone. Here's just a sample of some of the games we've made. Honestly, it's really hard to keep this updated and to fit stuff in because there are so many games that we have worked on. A little tip, actually, if you have a game on your shelf, want to know if it's a Panda game, look by the UPC. If you see a little tiny panda head, that's one of our games. So it's a fun game to play at your own collection or in a store. Look for the tiny panda head, and you can try to see if it's one of ours. Our team is sort of two halves. We have our Western team. Those are the people who you are going to be working with day to day. So that's our project managers, our account managers, our pre-press folks, our finance team, and they're dispersed all around the world. So you have a local contact no matter where you are. So Matt and I are actually based out of LA, but we have people all across the US, in Europe, Germany, France, Portugal, in Asia, all around the world, really. And then we have our Panda Asia team. So that's our team at the factory who are hands-on with the games. They're the ones actually making sure that everything is perfect before it gets packaged up and all that. So we have people to meet you basically wherever you are. Now, talk a little bit about Panda. Let's get into the manufacturing process. Like I said before, this is a general process. We're going to go into some of the specifics of how Panda does things a little bit differently. But this process overall is going to be pretty similar no matter what you're doing. No matter the game, the size of the game, or where you're working, you're going to see similar steps. We're going to start out with coding, trying to figure out what goes in your game. We're going to go into design verification. That's where we review files, specs, make sure that everything we talked about going in your game is really what you want to go in your game after all. Pre-production, where we sample things and make sure that everything we talked about translates perfectly physically. Go into mass production, where we make things. Shipping, assembly, where we actually do QC, put everything together, package it up, and then shipping, and we ship the game. So I'll hand it over to Matt to go into the first step.
Awesome. Okay, before we get into the whole process, I wanted to just get a feel for like who we've got in the room. So can I get a show of hands? Anybody already manufactured a board game or published a board game? Okay. Congrats. Anybody like working on publishing their first game? Okay, we got a few hands. And then any designers who are designing games? Awesome. Okay, and then anyone here just for funsies? You rock, okay? All right, so we're gonna learn about manufacturing. Just some tools for anybody who's interested in manufacturing. We've got free tools on our website here, pandagm.com/resources. Or /tools. I think either one works. So on there, we've got some guidebooks. These provide lots of information about doing graphic design for your games, or about specific components, or crowdfunding if you're looking to go to Kickstarter or GameFound. We have lots of different resources on there, as well as a template generator if you're starting to work on your files and you need a template for your game box or something like that. You can get those for free on our website there. So, yep, definitely check out that resource. Next slide. Okay. So the first step when you want to get your game made is to go through quoting, all right? You can request a quote from us at pandagm.com. This is a good thing to do once you're about 80 to 90% sure about the specifications for your game, right? So maybe you're still playtesting, you're still deciding on like the length of the rule book or a couple components here or there, but once you've got a general idea of the components in your game, you can reach out, ask for, either use our estimator to get an instant quote. This is good if you're like earlier in the process, you just want to get like a rough idea of the cost. But once you actually have your components set out, you can reach out to us via our website, and you'll get put in touch with a project manager who's going to handle preparing a quotation for you, all right? So you'll provide your specifications to us. This is going to be for every component. You know, how big is it? Like, what are the dimensions? Is it printed in color or black and white? Do you want any fancy finishes on it or things like that? How many pages are in your rule book? All of that stuff you'll want to think about when you're requesting a quote from us. If you're going to be doing like a crowdfunding route, you'll also want to think about, are you going to do any optional like stretch goals or add-ons that you want to do for your project? So you want to think about what else is going to be quoted besides just the base game. Do you have a deluxe version? Do you have any additional swag, like a plushie or a bag or something like that, keychains? We can do lots of components besides just board games as well. Okay, so starting your project, the first step is then to sign that quote. Once you get your quote, you're happy with the specs, you're happy with the price, you want to get started, you'll sign that, choose a quantity, send it back to us, and then you'll pay a deposit to start your project. So for us, the deposit is going to be 50% of the unit cost, as well as 100% of the tooling cost for the game. Anybody know what tooling is? Got a couple hands, okay. For those who don't, tooling is the one-time cost to create like die cuts and molds in order to produce the components for your game. So for instance, if you've got a punch board in your game, that punch board has to be punched out, and we actually will create a metal cutter in the shape of whatever your tokens are. So maybe they're circles or some strange shape like that. And that cost to make that cutter is the tooling cost.
We have an awesome robot that bends metal to make like knives basically for the die cutting machine. It's incredible.
All right, question here? Yes, so question here, what is the unit cost? That is the cost of manufacturing the game. And yes, so if you're paying 50% of it, if the unit cost was $10 per game, then you'll pay $5 per game as the deposit. Another question here? Great question, right? So you're asking, do we have any like preset tooling that you can use? The answer is for certain components we do, like for cards, for instance. If you're making cards and you're going to do like poker size or bridge size or tarot, any common stuff like that, we already have tooling that you're going to use for those. For something like punch boards, you might think, oh, lots of games have similar types of components for the punch board, but really the punch board tokens are punched out all at one time. So the chances that your game has the exact same quantity and shape of token as another game is basically zero. And the tooling cost for Punchboard is only a few $100s anyway, so generally you're not going to have repeated or reuse of those components.
Beyond that, though, within our the tools page of the website, we do have our component guidebook that talks about any of the non-print things that go into a game, like gems, dice, etc. And there's guidance there on some things that we do have standard molds for, like a standard gem, standard dice, sort of things like that.
Yep. All right. So the next step.
I mean, one more here.
Another question. Yep.
Yes, but it's not consequential for most projects. So generally speaking, yes, there is an infinite, a finite use of tools, and it depends on a lot of factors like puzzle die cuts actually wear out faster because so much pressure has to be used to cut them versus other die cuts. For most games, you're not going to be producing so many units that is a worry.
Yeah, most of the time, if your name is not Asmodee, you probably don't have to worry about it.
If you do reach that point, we will work with you to figure out a solution to that. So,
hundreds of thousands?
Yeah, it's so high that we do not reach that in our day-to-day.
Yeah, the vast majority of titles that we work with will never need to remake their tools.
The best example I have of having to remake tooling is Scythe. So Scythe was a huge hit. We printed so many of those that the miniature molds had to be redone. And at that point, actually, we took the opportunity working with Stonemaier to actually improve the models. So if you compare the first printing of Scythe, the minis in that first printing, to subsequent printings, should look a lot better later on. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay, we got some more questions. Here.
Yes, but we try. So generally, like the chicken bag, one of my clients had them come up to us and say, hey, we want to do a chicken bag. We talked through them. I had some concerns about how can we do this in a way that makes sense for you. And for, we're always considering not just can we do this, but can we do it to a Panda level of quality? Can we do it to a level of quality that is going to be satisfying and work well for the end consumer, that you're not going to be getting customer service complaints, that it will travel well through shipping, that it will work with the other components. So we are always trying to set us and you up for success in that regard. So in the instances where we haven't been able to do something, it's usually been a case of, looking at all these considerations. We don't think we can do this in a way that will be durable enough and cost-effective enough, and so on and so on. It's more, so that element of feasibility, not can it be done in general.
All right, so we're going to move forward a little bit, and I know people have more questions. Again, we'll have time for Q&A at the end. Next step, right? When you kick off your project, you're going to meet your project manager. They're going to jump on a call with you. We call the kickoff call, where you'll basically talk about, go over all of the specifications of the game, make sure that you've got everything right, and then sort of lay out the schedule for producing the game. Your project manager that you work with is your main point of contact when you're working with us at Panda. So Peter and I are both project managers, so if you're based in LA, you might be working with us. We've got people kind of all over the place, and usually we'll assign you a project manager who's within your general region. So they're going to be your support and communication throughout the entire process. And they can also provide technical expertise and recommendations. So I know some of you might be newer, working on your first title. You've got lots of questions. What can we do? What can't we do? these are great things to ask your project manager as you start working with them. They have a lot of experience. They've seen a lot of different games. They can provide recommendations on like how to be more cost effective or what upgrades might we offer, things like that. So feel free to use them as a resource. All right, so you kick off your project. The first thing to do is actually a step called design verification. So this is a process where we are going to get your art files for the game. You're going to submit all of those to us. We have a web portal actually on our website where you can upload your files, and then they're going to be reviewed by your pre-press specialist. So you have a second contact person on your project, the pre-press specialist. This is more of a technical role. They're going to be reviewing all of the files that you uploaded and make sure they line up with our print guidelines, certain things that we need to be lined up in order to print your game correctly. All right? So to ensure that we have high quality, we have some very specific guidelines that we like to meet, but we do have a easy way to check those. We have a design verification component guidebook on our website. You can download that. It's got all of the details of what requirements you need to hit in order to have your files ready for production. So yep, you'll work with your pre-press person. We also recommend working with an experienced graphic designer. So there's a lot of different things to think about when it comes to print. So working with a graphic designer, especially one who has experience working with print, is a good idea because print works different than digital. We've got things like bleed and margins that we've got to work with, stuff like overprint, things that you wouldn't think about when you're working with digital files.
I'd say this is the most sort of nebulous step of the process because it is driven by you and how well your files are set up and ready for production. Like Matt said, we have very high standards for our print because that helps us ensure the very best final result. So it can be difficult if you know just enough to be dangerous about graphic design and file prep, and you're doing this as a sort of hobby after your regular full-time job. The timing for this can stretch out a while if you are sort of struggling through it and can only devote so much time to it. So if you have a experienced graphic designer to help you out, if you really follow our guidelines, that's going to speed up this process, make it a lot smoother, easier for everyone.
Yeah, and a good rule of thumb with this is the earlier you start reviewing and consulting the guidelines, the earlier in your process, usually the smoother it's going to be for you. So like before you start working on the artwork, that's the best time to start thinking about how you're going to do your graphic design and layout. The hardest time is our artist already made everything and it's all finished, and now we've got to figure out how to take this finished art and get it formatted. So thinking about it earlier in the process can save you a lot of headaches.
This is just an example of one of the pre-press reports you'll get from the team. And just to be clear, our pre-press team is here to help you, guide you through the process, show you the direction of how to make changes, but they are not going to make the changes to your files for you.
Yep, so you'll submit your art, we'll review, provide notes back and forth, you'll keep making adjustments, tweaking it to get it lined up with our guidelines. Once everything is lined up, then we'll prepare a digital proof for you. So this is like a digital version of all your files with like the cards laid out and everything for you to review and make sure that everything looks good, check your spelling errors and formatting and all that stuff. And that, once you approve that digital proof, that moves us out of design verification into the next stage.
I'd say at this point, and actually a couple other other checkpoints, one of our big recommendations is to have someone who isn't familiar with the game look at it. So give the digital proof to somebody who doesn't know the game, hasn't played it, because you go blind looking at it after a while. You're not going to see the typos. You're not going to see, hey, this rule is missing. So give it to somebody else. Let them take a look, give you input. That'll really help.
All right, so design verification is a process for all of your print files, but there's a little bit of a different process for your non-printed files. So this is for components like wood or plastic, gems, different things like that, glass, fabric, things like that. So for any non-printed components, we call these sourced components.
Non-paper print components.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So basically anything that's not paper, cardboard, that kind of stuff. You're going to submit to us a component spec sheet. So this is going to be a sheet that sort of outlines how the component is going to look. So for instance, in this example, we've got some different meeples, and the spec sheet will show what are the shapes of the meeples, how they're going to look, what colors of like silk screen you want to put on the meeples and where they go. So you'll provide this component spec sheet to us with the information about your source components.
And one point to add there is that we don't have buckets of meeples just waiting to go in your game. Everything we make for you is going to be custom made. And the beauty of that is that you get to customize it, really, to as much as you'd like. So you can specify the Pantone colors. You can specify the shape for meeples. Generally speaking, for most components like that, you can specify the Pantone color, and it doesn't add to the cost. There are some exceptions, but meeples, dice, whatever color you'd like, we can make those, no additional cost.
Yeah, and this is actually a way where you can get some advantage and benefit as a publisher of making something creative and interesting that doesn't actually cost a lot of money. Manufacturing wood in particular, making a custom shape doesn't really cost a whole lot more than making just like a standard meeple. So you can get a lot of value for your customers in how they perceive the game by coming up with a cool and creative design for some of your meeples or other wood pieces in the game.
Table presence.
Mm-hmm. All right, next we've got pre-production. So once you've sent your component spec sheet, once you've approved your digital proofs, we're going to go into pre-production and we're going to make a PPC copy or pre-production copy of your game for you. So this is a copy of your game that we make essentially by hand, right? We're going to be printing it by hand, cutting it, assembling it, gluing it, all that stuff, but making it as close as we can to what the final version of the game will look like, and then we ship that to you. All right, so you're going to be using this pre-production copy to check your colors, make sure all the materials are right, dimensions of everything, the finishes. Basically, this is your last checkpoint to confirm and make sure this is everything that I want in this game. Everything's here. It looks correct. I'm not missing anything. So you'll check the PPC. We'll hop on a call with your production team. We'll go over the PPC, make sure that everything is lined up. You'll approve a PPC checklist. And once you approve that, we can actually move into mass production.
At this point, we can change whatever you want, though. So until this point, you are not locked in. You can throw out all the files, start again. You can say, hey, wait, these components aren't working. Let's adjust them. Let's change them. Let's add this or that. We want to make sure you are 100% happy with it before we go on mass production.
And truly, most projects will have some kind of change that they notice at the PPC. Often it's just like a rule book, typo, error, something like that. And so usually you'll submit updated files of some kind, and you'll get a revised digital proof that you'll confirm before we go into mass production. Was there a question over here? Yeah, great question. So all of the source components, we will make samples of those and send them to you as well. So the PPC will either come with all of your sourced components in there, or else we'll send a separate shipment with the source components like wood and dice and things like that for you to review as well.
So for most printings, we're not going to send out new samples for the most part. Typically, you're adjusting a file slightly. It's not something that is worth the time or the costs to resample. Most file updates, we're not going to do that. For the non-print components, we are more likely to resample and send those out. Again, it's sort of a case by case of does it make sense from a timeline, and are we just, hey, adjusting something tiny, or is it a significant change? The more significant, the more likely we are to.
Yep. Yeah. The cost for your quote includes one PPC and up to 2 rounds of samples for the non-printed components. So yeah, if it's like a dice or wood, and you're like, oh, you want to change. If you're changing enough, we can send you an updated sample. But for print, if you're like, oh, we're just going to change this typo in our rule book, we're not going to send you a new one. We're just going to send you the digital proof for you to confirm, okay, this is now the correct version. Because ultimately the material, the number of pages, all of that stuff is not changing. You've already confirmed that you're happy with like the component and materials and all that stuff. So when we make the PPC, the reason we make it by hand is so that we don't actually make those tools yet. So like, for instance, a punch board, we don't make the tooling for that punch board when we make the PPC. This is why you'll also notice there's going to be some differences in the PPC compared to the mass production version, because everything is like cut, like the punch board is cut by what we call like a plotter cutting machine. So it's like a knife going around like cutting like this. So
A little rougher.
Are going to be like jagged. It's not going to be like exactly perfect. But that's why we do that, so that if you want to make changes, then we will adjust and make the tooling based upon that.
For other components where there is more complicated tooling, let's say miniatures, that's the biggest, going to be typically the highest tooling cost you'd ever see in a project is with miniatures. For that, the process is a little bit different. We don't need to get into all of it, but basically there's more checkpoints ahead of time to make sure that we're not creating that tooling until we are 100% locked in.
Okay, so you approve the PPC, then we go into mass production. So this phase is actually the longest. Typically it's about 8 to 10 weeks, but it's also the phase where you guys finally don't really have a whole lot to do, right? You've confirmed everything, you've approved it all. Mass production, the ball is in our court. We're just gonna be printing your games at scale, right? So we're printing your thousands of copies of your game, right? During this phase, there's a couple things that we'll need to do, right? We're gonna work on your shipping plan, figuring out how you're gonna ship the games. We're gonna get some other ducks in a row, like your carton markings and things like that. But it's pretty straightforward. We'll send you a couple emails, get things confirmed. But towards the end of mass production, we're going to have a mass production copy, or MPC, that we send to you. This is the actual like first finished shrink-wrapped version of the game. So this is like the final sample of the game for you to review. We'll send that over to you. We're gonna hop on another call with you, go over the MPC. Generally, what we expect at the MPC is awesome, looks just like we expected, this is what we wanted, hooray, let's go forward and start assembly. But if for some reason you notice something at the MPC, you're like, oh shoot, we actually didn't see this typo on this card and we want to print like an errata card that will like go in the box. We do the MPC checkpoint to check for those things because we haven't assembled the games yet. That way, if there is an error caught, there's going to be an extra cost to produce like an updated component or something like that. But at the very least, then we won't lose the labor cost of having assembled it. So then we can print that errata card, add it in there into the box, and confirm it there.
We want to avoid any changes at the MPC stage. It adds time, it adds cost, it's painful all around. But if something is game-breaking, better to fix it than ship out the games and then have to deal with angry customers. So, yeah.
But for most projects, we get on the MPC call, it's like, great, looks cool, just like we thought, and then we move forward. All right, and so the final steps of the project, we've got assembly and shipping. So during this phase, your games are climatized. So we put them in a climate-controlled chamber that's going to allow them to dry at the proper rate. This is so things like punch boards will not get warped or bent, right? That process ensures that they stay flat. So if you ever pick up a game and it's got like some bend in one of the pieces, it likely wasn't climatized appropriately. So we do climatization. We also do our final quality inspections. Panda guarantees a defect-free rate of 99% or better. So all of our projects are going to be high quality, and we also include spare parts in your project. So if you need to replace things, you'll get those as well. So we assemble, shrink wrap everything, put it in cartons, load it on the pallets, put it on a container, and then it gets onto a ship to get shipped to you.
Am I doing shipping? Yeah. So shipping is the next step, and it's a little bit of a question. It's always something that people are concerned about. So the default for our games is Ex Works. That means the games are packed up, they're put in cartons, they're put on pallets, they're sitting in our factory waiting for them to go. Panda can help with shipping. I like to say that we are a game manufacturer. We are not a shipping company. So you can work with your own freight forwarder. There are a lot of great ones out there, and they can help you get the games where they need to go. Or you can work with Panda directly. We might not be quite as flexible or maybe the best price, but it's a lot simpler because we have all the information for the games for us to coordinate at that point. But whether you work with us or you work with another freight forwarder, we will get the shipping plan for you. We'll have all the information there to be able to figure out how to get the game where they need to go. With shipping, again, we are a manufacturer. We can help with shipping, but we are not a fulfillment company. So we can ship to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 destinations, or not going to ship to individual backers. You'd want a fulfillment partner who would take the full shipments and then divide it into sort of individual deliveries.
Yeah, typically if you're working with a fulfillment partner, like for instance Quartermaster Logistics or somebody like that, they're going to be shipping your individual games to your customers. They will often also want to do the freight shipping. So usually you'll work with them and they'll arrange to pick up the games from our warehouse.
Most games that leave our factory are going to be via ocean shipping. They're put on big, slow ships. That's the most cost-effective way to ship things. Air shipping is an option. That's usually for smaller games or especially smaller subsets. So hey, we need to get a few hundred for this convention. Let's airship those. It's a lot faster, but a lot pricier. So that is the manufacturing process in a nutshell. Any questions overall on the process? We'll go into some more little finer details later, but we can. I do not know. I've been here 10 years, and it's always been a part of it from as far as I've known. So, in the back here. Great question. So that question was asking about trays or inlays and inserts for sort of storage and organization in the game. So there are two basic buckets for trays. Two and a half, we'll say. There's traditional cardboard inserts, there's plastic trays, and then there's sort of more environmentally friendly options to plastic, such as like pulp paper. We won't go into pulp paper too much because it's more similar to plastic. Traditional cardboard tray is typically 1, 2, 3, 4 compartments, with using pieces of cardboard that will hold pieces in a generally organized. Most typical games you see are using that. Those can be printed or non-printed. It's going to be a little cheaper if they're not printed, but we can do full color printing. Not a problem there. So if you want a cardboard tray and it's 4 compartments or less, maybe up to 6. You can just tell us broadly how you'd like that organized. Hey, I want to make sure we have a spot for the cards, a spot for the tokens, and then one big well for everything else. Easy peasy. Our team can run with that. They'll, as part of the PPC stage, make a sample of that. Usually that's pretty straightforward. We can refine it as needed from there, but that's usually a pretty simple process where you just tell us a general idea, we can run with it. If you want a more complex cardboard tray, we may need to have more conversations and really sort of map out, have you design something more intensely if you need more than, say, 6 compartments, or there's something really unique about that layout or the functionality. Plastic trays, similar sort of idea. So plastic trays are going to be, you allow for exact fit for components, right? You can fit miniatures in them, have exact space for dice, exact space for this number of tokens. So for that, you're going to want to let us know, what are you trying to do with this? I want a place for each miniature, and I want a place, one well for cards, one well for this. That's something that typically our team can run with, and it's going to happen a little later in the process. We need to actually lock in all the components before we can do that plastic tray. So we need to know, hey, these miniature designs are finalized. This is the final card count. So if you want a simple plastic tray like that, where it's just, hey, I need slots here, and maybe I want the minis at the top, cards at the bottom, that's something our plastics team can run with and are pretty darn good at taking that idea and creating a sample. If you want to do a little mock-up of rough layout, that can be helpful in that process too. If you were more specific in your needs there, if you want something like the trays in parks, those are sort of game trays designed where it's very, very particular and multiple trays, more involved process. That's something where we're going to need more input. You may want to design it yourself. You may want to work with a partner who can design a 3D file for that. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
In this tray, that's Eclipse, Eclipse 2nd Edition, I believe. It's a great game.
Yeah, so that's a great example there. You can see all the wells dedicated to it. Another feature there, you see the minis are pre-washed. That's a highly recommended add-on for minis is to do washing. Adds a little bit to the cost, but makes the details really pop, and people really appreciate that. Yeah. Right. Oh. Perfect question. So we have sustainable components. Broadly speaking, we try to be as environmentally friendly as possible. We are making games, we are putting stuff out there in the world, but what we do create is designed to last a long time and to be played, to survive over hundreds of plays. That's the big picture. What you see in sort of the Kickstarter environmental message sort of thing. We do have a lot of offerings to make your game more sustainable. So a lot of our offerings are already made from recycled material. Doesn't work for every component. We've looked at recycled plastics, but you need that fresh plastic to be able to get the level of detail and durability you need. But for a lot of other options, most of your paper components and wood components, we can offer FSC, that's Forestry Stewardship Council certified components that shows the wood, the paper is coming from responsibly managed sustainable forest. Some of our materials are that by default, other ones you have to request that. So if you are interested in sustainable components, talk to your project manager as you're quoting, we can work through that with you. We can offer stay stickers, those little wafer stickers instead of shrink wrap, if that's something you're interested in. Anything else sustainably to add?
Another question?
Yeah. It's going to depend on what's in your game. So some of our cardstocks are FSC by default. So if you're have a very heavy card-based game, you're already using that paper stock, it may not be as very much. But if let's say you have hundreds of wood pieces in your game, we don't quote the FSC wood by default, so it's going to be a bigger jump for that. So it really will depend on what's actually.
But yeah, for paper components, it's not huge. So I recommend asking for a quote. You can ask for both, FSC and not FSC. That way you can see the difference in price for your game. Do we have another question? I thought we had another question somewhere. Yes. So my recommendation, if you're going to send stuff to reviewers for when the game is launching, would be to request additional mass production copies or MPCs, because these are the final shrink wrap version of the game. Usually the MPC is going to be made close to the end of production, but if you're going to be shipping via ocean shipping takes like 5 to 7 weeks, plus then maybe another week for things to get to the customers. So if you get the MPC and add extra ones of those, the only cost that we charge for that is whatever the air shipping cost is. You can send those out to reviewers. They have time to review it and post their reviews before your game releases. So that would be my recommendation. We can make additional PPCs, but the individual cost is relatively high because everything is being made by hand. And also, it's not going to be as high of a level of quality as the MPC will be. Great question. Yes. So what you want is sort of like a prototype copy before you start production. In that case, we do offer a service called PTCs, prototype copies, which you would do often even before the PPC. So we can offer you prototype copies of your game. You'll pay a cost. It is going to be a high cost per unit. Often it's maybe like $50 to $100 per unit. But you can order like 5 or 10 of those ahead of time, have those shipped to you to send out to like a previewer, right? This is, you want to get a preview of your game before you even like go to crowdfunding. We can do that service as well.
It's something you can talk to your project manager about when you're requesting a quote, talk about what you're trying to do there, try to figure out the best solution for you there. It does require going through sort of that design verification process, hopefully a little simplified for you, but there's still a little bit of legwork to make sure, again, that even those prototype copies are going to be turning out great. I think a couple more slides here. Maybe we can run through the rest of them and then get to full-on Q&A. So some general tips of you're working on a game, you want to make it, especially if you're first time starting out, what can you do? My biggest tip overall is start small. We often get quotes of people coming to us, hey, I'm a first-time designer. I have this war game I've been working on. It has 200 minis, and I want them to all be washed. And you had to have dozens of dice, too, to go with the minis. And we could do that. but it's going to cost you $30 a unit. Can you sell a game at $30, with a manufacturing cost of $30 a unit, plus all the tooling costs for the minis, as a first-time designer? Probably not. We want to set you up for success, so we say start small. If you have that war game in your head, don't start that as your first project. Do the simple trick taker that you have in the back of your mind, or the party game, or the game that's a deck of cards, because there's so much that you don't know as a first-time designer, publisher, someone trying to make a game. You're going to learn so much as you go through the process. You're going to build an audience. You're going to build fans. You're going to build a reputation as a publisher. So start with that first smaller project. It may not be your passion project, but it lets you get the experience, get the audience, get the expertise to be able to then come back for the next one and do that giant miniatures project.
Yeah, a good rule of thumb is to pick components that have little or no tooling cost, because often for your first project, you're not going to be making a whole lot of units. So if you're only making maybe like 1,500 or 2,000 units of the game, right, having miniatures, you're going to have thousands of dollars of tooling costs. And so divided out only over a couple thousand units, you might be paying, multiple dollars just in tooling costs alone to make a game like that. Whereas if you go with something like wood, there's no tooling cost for that, right? So you want to think about how can you get a better deal for what product you're making and at what scale.
We could make that giant game for you, and it'd be beneficial for our bottom line. But we want to make this game for you. We want you to be successful. We want to make this one and the next one and the reprint and the expansion. We want to build a long-term relationship. So the more we can set you up for success, the more successful we'll all be. Yeah. We've seen all types. It varies. So I guess it's a good point to say here. So working with Panda, our minimum order is 1,500 units. So that's really the point where we have these giant printing presses. They're as big as a room. They're huge. To get those up and running, to get the setup, to get the calibration, 1,500 is really where it makes sense. And that's something we place on you too. Of if you can't have a plan for 1,500 units, you're probably not ready. You haven't built your audience enough. You aren't ready for that stage of manufacturing. There's a lot of smaller print on demand, sort of game crafter. If you want to do a few copies, sort of get your toes in the water. But if you're ready for highest quality mass production, 1,500 is where we start for that. To answer your question specifically a little bit more, we've seen all types of some people who start with a little card game. They do 2, 3, 4 little card games, and then suddenly they expand. We've seen some that are successful with giant miniatures games from the start, but it requires so much more preparation, planning, audience building beforehand.
Yeah, you're going to build your tools and knowledge, right? As you work on your projects, you'll understand the process of making board games better. So it's not that you can't start with a super huge, ambitious project, but if you do, we often see with first-time creators that those projects are going to take a lot longer than they expected and cost a lot because they have not thought about or understood all of the steps that are going to be required yet. So this is why we recommend starting small for you to build up your skill set. We have projects where their first one is a huge one, and a lot of them turn out great, but they might take a little bit longer, especially with like design verification and sampling and things like that. So that's why we recommend starting small.
And something to talk to your project manager about it, because we can offer advice on, hey, how can you make your game a little bigger without making it a little bigger without making it a bigger challenge for you. So like Matt was saying about, hey, you can do custom wood. You don't have to stick with the traditional meeple. It's a little bit of design work on your side, but not much more time, cost, effort to really make that happen and make your game stand out a little bit more. In the back, do we have one? Yeah. No, no. The question was, is there additional like maintenance or other costs for tooling? No. So once you pay that tooling cost, that's it. Like we said, there might reach a point where the tooling would be worn out, but that's very rare. And again, if you reach that point, we probably made a lot of games, and we will work with you to find a solution.
One note on that, we keep our tooling for each project for up to 2 years between printings. So as long as you print your game within every 2 years, we will keep those tools in our warehouse. If it's going to be longer than that, we will get rid of them because we can't keep the tools for every game that we've ever made, or we'll be using up tons of space. So as long as you continually reprint your game, the tools will be maintained. If you fall out of printing for a number of years, then we'll discard those tools, and you'd have to pay for the tooling again if you started to print.
Another. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. You paid
Great
it.
idea.
Yours to use. Yeah.
Yeah, if you make the tooling for something, that's yours to use. So
We love it. So one of the things, so we talked about the, start small, but the other thing is building your team. So we do have a lot of people who come to us and say, hey, look, I designed this game. I'm going to do all the graphic design. I'm going to write the rule book. I'm going to send it out when it arrives to me. I'm going to send it out from my house myself to each individual backer. I'm going to run my social media. I'm going to, talk to all the reviewers. There are some people who can do that. But most people have something that is their passion, whether it's designing, whether it's social media, and that's where their skill set and their drive really is. So we recommend build your team. It doesn't have to be a huge team, but find the areas where you are weakest and pull in people, your friends, your family, or actually find out a real professional to help you out in those areas where you might be a little lacking. It's going to make the process easier for you. It's going to make the process easier for us, and hopefully lead to more success if you aren't trying to manage every element yourself. And then the last one here is listen to your backers, but don't take their things as absolute rules. So we've seen a lot of first-time creators who they're running their campaign, and the backer says, hey, what about this? And then we go back and we quote that. And then another backer says, hey, what about this? And we quote that. And then suddenly the campaign has ballooned to 15 different add-ons and all these accessories. And you have a couple really passionate backers who want that, but probably not enough to actually make 1,500 of this add-on. So we like to say, like, backers are great. They're going to help your project be successful, but take everything they say with a grain of salt. If you see a huge wave of sentiment from backers, yeah, let's talk about what that is and find a solution for it. But if you have one or two really loud voices, don't take what they're saying as the voice of all your other backers.
you can't make everyone happy,
Yes.
right? You do a crowdfunding campaign and you ask like, oh, should this be wood or should it be a miniature? And some people are going to say it has to be a miniature. Other people will say it has to be wood. I only want this. I only want that, right? Like, there's no option that's going to make 100% of people happy. So you can sort of listen to what your audience wants, but also this is your game. This is your project, your dream. What do you want? So consider that, and balance these factors, and that'll get you where you need to go.
I'm currently working with one of the biggest publishers in the industry. Did a huge Kickstarter campaign. Their main product has 20,000 backers, and then we're also doing 200 units of one item. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense for anybody. It's a reconfiguration of other elements, but they listened to backers and made this offering, but probably didn't need it.
That's what you don't want. Yeah, what you don't want is to fracture and split your product into many different versions trying to appeal to every single person, because what that then does is your costs go way up because you're making very low unit quantities for lots of different things. Miniatures is a great example. People will go like, oh, should we do miniatures as like an add-on or an extra thing? Well, one of the biggest costs of miniatures is the tooling cost, which is a one-time cost. So doing it as a limited thing that's only going to be for a small number of people, now you've got even fewer number of people who are covering that huge upfront cost. So the economics
You
of
want
it
to get
can-
those minis in as many games as possible.
Exactly, yeah. If you're going to pay the tooling cost for miniatures, you want them to be in as many games as you can, because then that helps break out and divide that cost over a larger number of units.
Yes, yes, that's possible. Yeah, so if you have ideas for miniatures, we would want to talk through those, what you're trying to do with the project manager to figure out the best way to do that. So a typical mold for miniatures can hold about 5 to 6 sort of 25 millimeter humanoid miniatures. So like typical little mini like that you see in a game, we can fit about 5 or 6 of those in a mold, depending on a few factors: level of detail, overall size, poses, etc. All those are run at once though. So we put in gray plastic, and we have 6 gray minis. We can, what we call block the channels, so that way, hey, we're going to have red plastic go only in this first mini, and then we're going to have, run it again with blue plastic going in the second and third mini, and then green in the fourth and fifth mini. That's doable. It's going to be a little more costly. So it's something that just helping us, map out what's your goal here with the minis, what are you trying to do color-wise and different configurations. That will help us. Hey, maybe you have 6 minis that need to be green and 4 minis that need to be blue. You'll make sure that the 4 minis that are blue are in one mold, and the 6 that are green are in another mold. Yes, we'll figure out the best configuration of that to make that work.
Yeah, we'll truthfully with miniatures, in order to get an accurate quote, you kind of want all of the details about it up front. So you want to have, ideally, the 3D models, the STL files for your miniatures, and then information like how many of what color and version you're going to be making, because that will all factor into our team's quote for the miniatures.
One other big tips is build-in buffer time. So it's going to take longer than you think all around to get your game to backers. Whether it's you and prepping your files, the design verification, things can go wrong. Suddenly, force can be shut down, or a virus can sweep the world. It happens. We've seen it all. I don't think there are anything of ours, but we've seen shipping containers suddenly have cargo falling off. Like anything can happen. So build in buffer time when you're making your plan and promising things to backers. Add buffer, add buffer, add buffer, add buffer to every step. So that way you can under-promise and over-deliver to your backers. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good question. So where do you launch your Kickstarter within the timeline that we talked about in the process? So it depends on you and what sort of funding you have. So a typical project, we will quote with you, we will go back and forth on quoting, get to a pretty good place where you are confident in it, and you think we're going to move ahead, but you're waiting on the funds from the Kickstarter. So we'll quote, get to a good place, then run your Kickstarter. That's something that not everybody does. We have a lot of people who will run a Kickstarter and then come to us for a quote, which is a challenge all around. Talk to us about a quote, be pretty confident, run your Kickstarter. We'll probably end up revising the quote because 99% of the time you're going to run your Kickstarter, you're going to get some feedback, you're going to adjust the quantities, things are going to happen where we're going to need to make some adjustments. We'll do a final quote after your Kickstarter. By that time, while we're quoting that, your money's going to be coming through, and then you're ready to hit the deposit. That's the most typical sort of way it works with crowdfunding and our process. Anything that doesn't require tooling. Anything that's going to be simple for you to make, but appealing to backers. So promo cards, I feel like are underutilized. Alternate art things that utilize art and assets you already have, just in a new way. We do. I work on the Unmatched series from Restoration Games. We do promo foil cards with the sets. If you buy directly from them from their site, they'll do foil promo cards, foil stamping using existing art. To create those, you just have to submit an extra little design layer that shows where the foil goes. They are snazzy as heck. People really like them. I've seen people pay a ton of money for them on the aftermarket. That's something that I think is a better solution. Maybe you offer it for free for the first number of backers. Other backers can pay for it as an add-on later on, with all that convention sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely think about what can you offer to incentivize, but also be careful about boxing yourself in. I see a lot of people offer like, this is Kickstarter exclusive or only offering it here, right? That's something you can do, but if you're a smaller project, it might more behoove you to do something like, here's a special promo card and giving it away.
It's free here,
Yeah.
but then other people will have to buy it later.
Have your ability to make lots of that promo and maybe sell it to people later at conventions. That way you still get the benefit of early backers having something special, but you can still benefit from that content that you're creating.
And we've danced around a little bit, but good to address it here directly is thinking about how you want to add stretch goals, add things that will be appealing to backers, add-ons and sort of things. But keep in mind with all that is fulfillment. So typically when you're working with a fulfillment company like Quartermaster Logistics, they're going to take the games from the R cartons. They're going to take, hey, you got the game and the promo pack and the extra dice, put those in a shipping box and send them off to your backers. Easy peasy. They're great at that. They will do that for you, make it very convenient. But they're going to charge you for each and everything that goes in that box. So if you have the base game and the promo pack and the dice pack, you are paying a picking fee for each of those. Versus if you have a base game and a deluxe game that has that promo pack, that has the dice in it already, that's one picking fee you're paying there instead of three for the same components, basically. So we always recommend maybe only have a couple tiers in your campaign where you don't have as many add-ons, but you have a base, a deluxe, and a super deluxe. Everything comes prepackaged in one box for each of those, and that way you're going to save a lot in fulfillment and hopefully steer your backers towards a higher total pledge.
Yeah, fewer, simpler options, especially for a first-time creator, is going to help you out a lot, right?
You're going to need a UPC for each individual item
Right.
as well. That's something that's not too much effort, but it's a little cost, a little effort from you, and if you can reduce that, that's going to make it simpler. Games for doing that is off the top of my head is a little tricky, but it's basically like taking, do you have dice in your game? Are they just used for rolling, or can they be passed as a first player marker as well?
Yeah, good example. Wingspan Pocket just came out, a little like portable version of Wingspan, right? You've got the eggs in the game, which you use to lay on your birds, but at the end of the game, you flip your player card over, which has your actions on it, and there's a scoring track on the back. So the card is used for playing and for scoring, and then you use the eggs to keep track of your score as you're counting your score. So this is a good example, right? You've got something that's for gameplay.
Another mat. They could have added another
Right.
scoring token, but instead they simplified it and said, hey, look, this can be both.
Yeah, often this is thinking about what's on the back side of something and how could that be used, because especially when you're doing like prototyping, you might be like printing or gluing things by hand and only making it one-sided. Yeah, think about what's on the back side, or how could I reuse a common component instead of a specific component for something. And it's just being smart too, right? You don't want to, for instance, I recently got a quote that had a first player marker that was going to be like a molded plastic miniature, right? And so here's a marker that might only be used for like one thing in the whole game, but it's going to have like thousands of dollars.
Because I always forget to pass the first player marker.
Thousands of dollars of tooling costs for something that might not have a functional purpose. So you want to think about, this is something that as you're getting into manufacturing, you want to think about, how do my design choices impact the costs to me to make the game? Because there are ultimately trade-offs there. And maybe this is, maybe the first player marker is worth it if you get to 5,000 backers and you can divide that cost out between that many. Or maybe it's worth it to spend that money on some other upgrade that will give more perceived value to your customers.
Yeah,
So
I like to think about what will players be touching and interacting with the most, because that's, and what are people going to want to touch? I played a game before where I had these awesome little robots, and everybody's like, oh yeah, I got to do this action that gets me these cool little robots. Well, that action accelerates into the game. So the coolest thing in the game was little robots, but also made the game end. So that's the case of not really matching the cool form with the gameplay. So think about what do people want to touch? What do they want to feel? Put that, what are they going to use? That's where you should put the most money versus something that, hey, I only use this once at the end of the game, may not need as much money, might not need to be as premium or upgraded.
Yeah, we have an estimator tool. You can go to pandagm.com and click on the Get Estimate. And this has some like preset components you can choose from, and then it'll just give you an instant price estimate. It's not going to be as accurate as requesting an official quote, but if you're early on in the process where you're kind of like, I don't know exactly what's going to be in my game, let me get a general ballpark if I've got like a small box and a couple decks of cards and a couple dice. That'll help you get a general idea before you request a quote. So we recommend silkscreen if you've only got maybe like 1 or 2 colors. If you're going for higher numbers of colors, there's a newer process called UV printing, which is basically a color print that's printed directly onto the token. So this is actually relatively cost effective and can give you full color artwork on a piece of wood. So that's something to consider if you're doing it, if you're gonna do like lots of colors or have really fine details.
If you've seen the meeples in Root, so those are typically 1 color silkscreen. That's going to be just a little bit more cost versus a plain unprinted meeple, but they have so much character. Those meeples in Root, they're so well designed, so much thought put into. Hey, how can we simplify these characters into a little simple shape, just a little bit of lines? That's my go-to of like hey, that's what you can do with 1 color, even 2 colors, 3 colors can do that really well. You have to be thoughtful about the negative space and how you're using that. I think there's so much that can be done with that. I love it. It's a cost-effective opponent. It's appealing. Great. If you have like really detailed characters or you really need that full color printing, that's where you want to go UV. It is a bit more cost, but can be worth it for the right project.
Before we get to final questions, I think we're going to talk a little bit about our P20, and then we'll have a chance for last questions.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about we are getting ready to celebrate our 20th anniversary next year, and the lead up to that, we have our P20 design sponsorship competition. You can scan this QR code, get taken to the website, and find out more information. But basically, we are asking up-and-coming designers with 2 or fewer published games to pitch us on their new design. You're going to tell us, what's your design, what makes it stand out, what's your plan for it, how are you building an audience, how are you building a marketing plan. We're going to look through all that, judge the entries, and over the next year or so, pick people to be awarded up to $100,000 in sponsorship towards manufacturing of their games. The grand prize also includes a trip to visit our factory in Shenzhen, China. It's amazing. You'll get to see the knife robot. It's a lot of fun. Great thing. So scan the QR code. You can find out more information. Start filling it out. I'd say take your time on it. It's, like I said, running for about a year. And you have sort of one shot to do this. So really think about your answers, think about your presentation, think about your pitch, think about your marketing plan. That's really where a lot of people struggle is there's a lot of great designers out there, a lot of great designs, but do they have the audience that they're building? Do they have a plan on how to actually get this to market? So I really hope you can enter this. It's a great opportunity.
Yeah, and also for those who are maybe going to be submitting or starting their project sooner, I think we've got it broken up into a few different phases. And so we're awarding initial prizes in each phase. And then at the end, we're going to award the grand prize overall. So if you're thinking like, oh, I'm ready to start my project now, do I need to wait a year to apply? No, you can apply sooner. But don't just apply right away just to get in there. It's not like a race, right? I say apply when you're ready and you've got your best foot forward and you're sort of ready to get into manufacturing.
So we do not own anything. We're not taking any ownership. We are not publishing the game. We are not doing anything with the game other than judging it now and then hopefully working with you to actually make it a reality.
Yeah, the prize is just essentially it's a discount on your order, right? So if you win the grand prize, right, it's going to mean that amount of money off of your order with us. But we don't own it, and we don't own anything.
Yeah. Whether you win or lose, we do not own anything. It's entirely yours. Another thing to highlight here is our Panda store. You can maybe scan the QR code there. I don't know if that's enough. But we have our shop where you can find all sorts of Panda goodies. We have our toolkits, our design toolkit, which is great for prototyping. We have different component sample kits. We have our Omni deck, which is a really cool little deck here that it's a multi-function deck. It has dice rolls. It has traditional playing cards. It has words for word games, resources, all sorts of things in one deck. Great for prototyping, great for having on the go. You can play anything with it. You can find all those at the Panda store. And follow us on social media, all the things at Panda GM. Our social media team takes these beautiful pictures. I always love looking at them. They make our components look even better, and it's great food for thought.
Yeah, if
Just to
you want
see,
ideas for
like-
like cool or creative components, tons of those on there. So
And then we'll wrap it up with more time for questions and answers. Anybody else? Yeah. No, not at all. If you have final art, I think that could help just to make your vision clearer to us and make it stand out more. But you don't have to have final art at all.
what we do ask for is that you have some kind of prototype version of the game that you can show us. So when you do your P20 meeting, you'll be asked on camera to like show off a couple turns or a round of your game as an example. So it'll be good if you can get a sample of your game made before you submit.
It could be entirely handmade. It doesn't have to be a professional copy. It's just for us to see that you're at that stage. Yeah. Yes, at this point it is. Yes. Yeah. We understand that it's a tool, especially for prototyping, that a lot of designers use. So.
Question in the back? Yes, we recently opened a new factory in Sao Paulo, I believe,
Yes.
right? In Brazil. So if you are looking at selling your product in the South American market, this can be a great way to get into that market, which is actually a huge market. If you're just going to be mostly selling in like the US or Europe, usually it's going to make more sense to manufacture in Shenzhen. But if you are targeting South America specifically, it often can make a lot of economic sense to manufacture your game there.
Production costs in China in general are lower than they are in Brazil, but with the import regulations and fees and stuff, if you are going to the South American market, it can be offset by that.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a great question. We actually do, and this is kind of a unique position that Panda's in, since we have our presence in Asia, and we actually also have a Western team. So we are legally, we can separate some of the costs of our quotes into services and then the rest into manufacturing. And so then you can request that when you work with us, and then the total percentage of your cost that you're paying tariffs on is a little bit lower than it would be otherwise.
So you'll see, if you quote with us, you'll see just one total line item for the per unit cost, but then at the end of production, we will be able to split that out.
Yeah, we'll send two separate invoices, basically. One is for the service percentage, and the other one is for the manufacturing percentage.
Yes. We would need to work through you with what you're trying to do there, what components are in your game, and how it makes sense. We've done some co-productions. There's things to balance logistically there, so there's no like clear path forward. It's really on a case by case. We have to work through and figure out.
Yeah, for instance, if you've got like a punch board, it may be that like all the punch boards are made in Shenzhen, and then the portion that is going to Brazil is shipped there, but then all the other components besides the punch board are made in Brazil. So it just depends. It depends on the game and the components in it. But if you are interested in that, you can talk with us and we can get quotes for you.
I'd say for the most part, unless you're really going at scale in South America, it's probably not something that you should consider. You should worry yourself with at this point. And
yeah, especially
just
as
work
a
with
first
our traditional.
For a first-time project, you might not want to consider or worry about having two different manufacturing locations. But this is great if you find like language partners who want to do a like localized printing of the game. Then that might make a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, right here. There's no clear path, I'd say, from my experience and the experience of the rest of our team, I'd say. I was working for 3M in their orthodontics division, doing some marketing stuff and browsing Board Game Geek all day. And I eventually saw an ad for Panda, and the rest is history.
Yeah, for
a
me,
little bit more of a straightforward.
Yeah, for me, I was a designer and publisher, so I had a small publishing company and published 2 games, one that my friend designed, one that I designed, and then saw the opening for Panda and applied and started working here 7.5 years ago. So.
Yes. Birds. After Wingspan, lots of birds. We were at Gen Con a couple weeks ago, and we have our Panda Lounge at Gen Con. If you make it out to Gen Con, come visit us. It's a great time. We have all the games we worked on over the last year on display there, and we were getting them out, putting them on display, and I realized we have a whole section that's just bird games. We have Wingspan there, but half dozen other bird games. I think we're seeing a lot of, auto battlers are hot right now, so if you want, sort of mechanically.
Functionally, I think we have seen a big uptick in FSC, environmental requests for games, so that's something that we've seen a lot more of recently to get that FSC certification.
Before birds, it was bees, which I don't know what's going on there, but there are honeybuzz, apiary.
We got the birds and the bees.
Yeah.
I think any game, having really standout art is probably going to be a big impact and a big factor in your game success. So I'd say pick a style or aesthetic that you think works really well to the game, right? Whether that's minimalist or something a little bit more traditional. So I think one of the cool things that I enjoy working with so many different creators and seeing so many projects is seeing just the huge variety of different kinds of art. And some that really stand out and make you think, wow, especially if you can, capture a certain aesthetic with how your box or the design of the board, something that looks visually compelling as people walk by, that could be something that can pull people in to play your game.
And I'd say don't underthink graphic design too, because I know a lot of great games that have great art, but the graphic design is only so-so. And the graphic design is what is going to make your game playable. It's going to make people understand the icons and understand how the cards interact. I think sometimes that gets the backseat to art, but it's also really important. Yep. Personally, I thought we were going to be heading that direction, but again, we were just displaying all the stuff we worked on this year, and there was some incredibly excessive stuff. Giant jewelry boxes, and you've seen the Luthier dice tower. That's a pipe organ that has chimes in it.
There's almost like a polarization, right? You've got both an increase in the huge, big stuff, and also an increase in this, smaller, more accessible versions of games. I do think that's a big trend we've been seeing is, games creating a riff or change on that game and having, a pocket version or a duo version or things like that. This is something that can be a great option if you've already got a successful title. I think we've seen as the industry has matured and there's a lot of bigger, more established brands. They're finding ways how can we capitalize on this already cool IP that people love. Let's make a new version of the game for a different audience.
Any other questions? Well, we'll stick around for a few minutes afterwards, too, if you want to come up to us and talk. Thank you all so much for coming out and being part of the presentation. We actually do have a few goodies, so we'll wrap up here, and then we'll pass out some few little things we have. So I think that's it.
Let's give yourselves a round of applause. Great audience, good questions.
first day going. Thank you for joining us today. Our AV person and streaming person are out to lunch, but I hope we can handle it. This is a welcome to LFG Con panel. I see some new faces that I didn't see last year, so welcome. And I see some familiar faces that I either saw last year or maybe in some stores, either my store or George's store, Dave's store. This is going to be about a 20-minute panel, but we do have a tour that's going to be led by George mostly, but Dan and I'm going to be part of it. I don't know if Dave's going to be around too. Yeah, okay, so that'll be at 2:15. What we're going to do is meet in the front foyer. We'll probably be there a little early, so if you have any other questions after our panel or just want to chat with us, we'll be out there. Yeah, by registration. But let's start with introductions. I'm Dustin. I own BGE's Tabletop, and I want to just thank you all for coming out to LFG Con for year 2. We always say this is not possible without all of you coming and attending, our special guests coming to join us, all of our help as well. So really appreciate you all coming out.
George from Gaming Grounds.
And I'm Dave from Fire and Dice. My business partner is outside doing the TCG room. If you stop by, his name is Chris.
So we're gonna talk about some things for LFG Con. Does anybody watch our video cast in here? Yeah, one.
Woo!
Awesome. So we do a video cast, not during the lead up to the convention. We try to do it like every other week or so. Leading up to the convention, we've kind of been working on other stuff, so we haven't been able to publish it as much as we want. But I tend to moderate our conversations so we don't get too far off track. So we have a few things that we want to touch on. I plead the fifth.
It's on the stream. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so Dustin comes up to us. We're all 3 business owners in the same kind of general area, and he says, hey, you guys want to do a convention? And we're like, I don't think so. At first, I was like, nah. And then, like, we talked about it some more, and then, like, yep, it was like, what, a year and a half later, we started the first LFG, and now we're back for it again. Glutton for punishment.
Well, you already. I'm already tired. Yeah. So again, thank you for joining us for LFG Con. We are excited for year 2. We're pretty ambitious. We want to do some awesome things at the convention, so we're always trying out new things. We're going to introduce some stuff that is familiar to most conventions that you can find here, but we're also going to introduce some fun stuff that we do a little bit differently. I'm going to lead with George and his shirt.
Yeah, so one of the things is gameologists. We have people who are dedicated to just teaching games, getting people to play together, which is what we're here for, obviously. And really trying to just be like the oil that makes everything run in the main hall, making new friends and stuff. And that's our job, is to walk around, teach games, all that. Also, though, we have, we were wanting to get, I think 1,500 people was our goal. So we're like really ambitious, and I think our numbers this year is better than last, which is great. We'll talk about that. Anyway, yeah, gameologists. If you see anybody in this blue jersey, you can go up to them and ask them to help you learn a game, recommend a game, look for players, all that stuff.
Yeah, another thing that something I wanted to do last year, but there's just so many things going on that I couldn't really implement it into our convention, is the LFG zone. It's kind of like, we did 2 aspects of it. One is where attendees can plug in the Discord and be like, hey, I'm looking for X players to play this game. So it's another way to try to find new players and friends through that way. Also, the other format is there's an LFG zone table that's ran by staff, and the idea is some people may not have Discord, or they're more shy maybe, and he's like, hey, I have this game, can you submit it? we have a right now it's a small screen. Maybe it'll get bigger, but it'll prop up on the screen, and people who walk by maybe glance at it and be like, oh, maybe I want to try to play the game, and then they'll jump in and then get people to get together and play some games. So it's another way of getting people to play with each other.
I just wanted to add, like, the things that we do a little bit differently maybe is like we have a cocktail night tomorrow night. We have music tomorrow night as well. So we try to incorporate a bunch of different events.
Live music.
Great live music, by the way. And we have a magic show, so we have so many different things, that we kind of incorporate here. Just make it fun. It's really just about being welcoming and, accepting.
And then I'll talk about something that you'll find at a lot of other conventions is like the exhibit hall and the artist alley. One thing that we really wanted to do is make that really fun premiere exhibit hall experience. I know for me, when I go to conventions, like that's my favorite thing to do. Spend a lot of time in the exhibit hall, and so I volunteered to manage and run that. And check it out because we have some really great publishers. If you saw also in the premiere foyer, we have Darrington Press, a very well-known publisher. So we're really excited to have them out too. We have Cardboard Alchemy, another great publisher. Lots of great artists that have returned for this year. I'm trying to think of what else. If you want to try Daggerheart, they're doing Daggerheart all weekend too. And then I'll hand it off to you, I think.
Yeah. So one big thing, volunteers for conventions or any big event. I've been going to conventions for as long as I can remember, and then I always like talking to exhibit hall personnel and also staff because they run the convention. So it's like, oh, what do you guys do here? And then that sparked my interest in doing staffing at a lot of big events. So I've done like PAX West, or it was Prime back then. I've done PAX Unplugged, and I do Anime Los Angeles, and also Strategicon. I booth and I help like set up the vendor area and all that stuff. So one thing I really like is like community growth in a sense. It's a very different dynamic with staff community because they're all here, attendees. Everyone's here for the same reason, to play games. But staff, I feel, they also are here to make sure that the attendees are also coming and having a good time at the event.
sure.
So that's why I really like. That's one reason why I wanted to do the convention because I love going to conventions and staffing and all that stuff. So it's kind of like
Dave's
in
been
my
handling all our staffing. It's been an awesome job, and it's just what they do is amazing.
Maybe we'll go to questions. Like, there's a lot going on. Maybe we can hear some questions from you, and that will help us with, what to prepare for, because other attendees may have similar questions for the convention. Does anybody have any questions or like something there? Yeah.
I have seen Frank perform his magic shows before, but I've seen a few different ones. So yes. I've seen a bunch of his shows over the years actually. Some of them, like he had some close-up magic show and he had a storytelling magic show. Those two, yes, I think those were fantastic. So those were really good. I don't know what show he's preparing for us. But community, yeah. I think he writes books on it, and he's pretty dialed in.
Oh, okay.
We'll ask you afterwards and see what you Anyone else?
We'll go up here and then to the back. But I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to repeat it just for the stream.
Okay.
So are there any games or events we're particularly excited to see or engage in? I know their answer. It's SETI.
Nothing really scheduled. I personally love SETI. I don't know if you remember that board game. I demoed it at PAX Unplugged. George was there. I was like, you got to get this game. I came back home. I told my friends, you got to get this game. They're like, what is this game? You just got to get it. And they did one game of the year. So that was cool. I personally like teaching games. So last con, I scheduled like 2 SETI demo games. It took a lot of my time. So this con, unfortunately, I did not schedule any learn to play SETI. Although we did get to play SETI last night. I think we ended at like 2 a.m. or something. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, it's not once you play a few games, the setup is not too bad. So yeah. But if I would love to play the board game championship, but obviously that takes all of your con time.
I know this too well. Yeah, I think like Rock Hard 1977 is tomorrow around 2 p.m. around that. I think that's an exciting play with Jackie Fox, who invented the game, who created the game. I'm looking forward to that. And all the food trucks, obviously, because we're going to have some food trucks coming in here pretty soon, and I'm super excited for those.
Yeah, I had their burgers last con, and I was like, oh, wow, this is actually pretty good.
For me, one thing that we didn't share is talking about the panel room. I love doing these panels and workshops and going to those. So last year, I got to come in and watch a couple. I hope to watch a couple this year, but a lot of times I'm running around. But yeah, I mean, that's probably my most exciting. Mr. Jameson. Cannot miss game or event for the convention. I would say for me, the live music and cocktail hour. We do have live music this year in the morning too at 10 a.m. Or late morning. So I'm pretty excited. It's the Mary Sue's. I think they have their roots from the Ren Fair. They did a lot of live music.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's a very unique experience. I think that you don't see at a lot of conventions, and I think a lot of people enjoyed it last year.
Yeah, if you ever been to SoCal Run Fair way back, I think they were called Merry Wives of Windsor. Yes. When we did a podcast with her, that one episode, I was like, wait a second, you did what? Yeah, I was like, oh my god, yeah, they're great.
Yeah, for me, I think there's so many events. It's really hard. And it sucks because I don't get to any of them because I'm just running around. But I think there's a RPG live play panel. 1:30. Hey. But those are so fun. So like I got to pop in for just like half an hour last time, and it was just like a lot of fun. So I think that's mine.
There was one event I saw. One of the special guests, Bonds or Band, I can't forget Bonds, right? It's called Welcome to. Yeah, I remember playing that way back, and I was like, oh, this is sweet. And then you can just play with as many people as you want, literally. So something I really think is cool is to have as many people as possible play that one game at one same time. It might be a little hectic, but I'm pretty sure it'll be great.
Question here. I'm going to repeat the question. Do we aspire to be something like Gen Con or more of an intimate experience? And George is leading with it's tough.
That's all. It's really tough because you want a balance, right? You don't like you get 30,000 or Gen Con 70,000 people. It's like it's overwhelming, And I really like this intimate setting. You really get to connect with people. I think a little bit more, especially for us. That's really tough. I think we just have to find that medium. So like as we grow, we just have to just remember that the reason we're doing this is to connect with people. So like. Just keeping that in mind every time. So if we get too big or if something happens, we just maybe dial it back some or figure out how to keep that balance. But yes, we want to grow. I mean, our numbers, we're shooting for when we last year and this year is 1,500 attendees. Last year I think we had, so our attendees, we'll talk about that, but so about 500, and then this year we're already like probably around 650, probably around 700 is where we're going to be. I think we're going to land there, which is great. You know, second year con, I think it's amazing. But yeah, we do want to grow and get to that 1,500 and see after that what happens.
Yeah, I think one thing about big conventions that I kind of have a gripe on is I understand maximize profit, but at the same time is like now you just have this full house of people walking around in waves and can't move around. So it's, yeah, something about you know, making it also you know, comfortable for the attendees is, I think, is very important. One thing me and my business partner, when we opened our game store, was like table space, play space. You know, like we don't want shoulder to shoulder. You gotta play your magic cards. You know, so you want comfortable chairs and all that stuff. I think that was one thing that was very missing within like local game stores for a long time. That's one reason why me and my business partner started Paradise. So that's one thing I always look at. Like when we ran this one, they were like, "Oh, what happens if we run to sell out badges?" Sell out. Like, you know, we gotta make sure everything works. You know.
Yeah, I have a little preview into where maybe we may go if we grow out of here, because we do want to grow. So like we've looked into the Pasadena Convention Center, which is a nice, like, you don't have to take the whole convention center, right? You can grow into that space too. But I don't know if that'll be next year. Probably not next year. Yeah. Maybe the year after.
Step by step, year by year. It's like
Do like this venue. Oh yeah. Yeah. George always likes to use the attendee number of badges sold, and I use the attendee number of active badges. So like exhibitors and media and folks. So we're at 1,000 active badges already this year. Well, 994, but we can round up, I think. So we'll see, and we get a majority of them come over the weekend. So we'll see how it ends up. We got time for one more question or statement. Oh, we got two. Okay, real quick and then real quick. Oh, jeez. It's hard for me to answer because it's hard for me to look past 10 minutes right now. But there's definitely something we'll want to do. That's one advice we got, is like always add something fun next year, like bigger next year, or new, I guess.
They added the LFG zone this year, and so we're kind of working those kinks out still today, and we're getting there. But I don't think we have a specific.
one thing I wanted to do last year also that didn't happen is kind of like carnival games. Yeah. We had that courtyard between the hotel and the convention. So I thought, oh, maybe cool to have some sort of outdoor activities style thing. So.
We're gonna go here for the last question.
Yeah, that's something. Well, social cocktail hour is something. Those kind of stuff we have to run by with the convention. When anything involved with, alcohol and or food, we have to go with them and like, all right, what is this thing? How much do we have to pay them to do the thing and stuff like that. So
I think that's a great idea. I'll have like a little van with you get wine, sit, chill, play magic.
I believe you can order alcohol and bring it into here.
Oh yeah, probably.
So we
maybe
can
next
probably
year
figure
we're
something out.
gonna. Okay, thank you. We got our next year. So back to your question. Next year we're gonna have some wine and with some magic.
All right. Again, we'll be doing a tour at 2:15. Meet in by registration if you want to join for that. And then we do have these pamphlets. Make sure you pick one of these up if you don't have one. They're really great overview of the convention as well as the map. Thank you for coming this year and have a good con.
everyone, and welcome to our panel today. We got a packed house here at LFG Con in Burbank. Yeah. All right. A bunch of my family flew out from Ireland. I really appreciate it. Good to see you, Mark, Dara, Rory, Declan, Shifra, Stephen, Siobhan, Aoife, Siobhan. Great to see you guys here. Good stuff. Shout out to everyone here watching our live stream. Hello, internet land. I don't know. I've seen people do that before. That's fine. So what we're here to talk about today is group storytelling in tabletop, specifically role-playing games, but I do think a lot of what I'm going to say will apply to all games and all storytelling. Grandiose statement? Yes. Also a correct one. You could tell me after if you agree or disagree. We'll put in a thumbs up, thumbs down later. So my main goal here with this talk is to tell you my philosophy of how this stuff can work well, how it can work for everybody's betterment, for a more enjoyable time and a more enjoyable story. One that is not told by one individual with some other people eating snacks, but a story that is told by everybody, if not equally every moment, with a shifting spotlight that moves around. So let's move to our first slide. What are we doing? What's going on? Genuine question. I don't think people ask themselves this when they go, oh, let's play D&D. Let's play some Daggerheart. Oh, let's try the new Mutants and Masterminds edition. I think they just operate on, let's play a game, and then they start. If I could ask one of our many people here, I know there's a lot of hands up already, but if I could just ask, over here, what are we doing when we play a tabletop RPG? Yeah, that's two great answers already. How about this side of the room? What else are we doing? Telling a story together, yeah. There's probably 15 answers that would all be correct. Every person at that table will have a different pie with a different percentage of each of those things. I am a theater kid. I would like to do a monologue. Doesn't have to be right at the start, right? But I would like to do one. I have friends who are like, I'm going to flirt with this other friend of mine who I know would like to flirt with me in character. Otherwise, we don't really hang out that much. Like, this is a real thing. Some people are there because they have all of their minis that they've just painted. They'd like to show them off. Some people are coming because they like to do silly voices. They may not track the story that much, but they're around. And some people are war gamers who seek to kill everything that the game master puts on the table. So how can we satisfy all of these people? It's a very difficult proposition. Will every session that we have be perfect? No. But I do think that we can pursue a more perfect union and pursue happiness, America, if we think about these things and maybe even talk about them beforehand. So we now know what we're doing. Hopefully you talk with your group about what your goal is, what you want to achieve. Let's play Never Stop Blowing Up for 2 hours. We'll make it a drinking game. Or I need everyone to focus a lot because this is the final game of our 3-year story, and you will be surprised at how much effort I have put in. You get into their living room, they've made a roller coaster with Hot Wheels, right? Like, these are the kinds of things that people put joy and effort and love into. So we want to also respect that and validate that without it being a burden or obligation on us as well. Really, you know, a lot of ways, this is all relationships. Nope. Okay. Next slide. What should we do before we start playing? I think this is something that we've all talked about before. Any suggestions? What should we do before we start playing? Yeah. Yes, a session 0, right? Maybe we have a couple of, whether it's rules of the location, if somebody's hosting, or rules of lines and veils, which is something we may have heard of before. The idea that this is a hard line, this is not going to come up in the game that we play because I don't want that to come up in this game. Or a veil. Maybe you're fine with killing monsters, but if any of the monsters are going to resemble animals that exist in the real world, or that I have personally as a pet, maybe you would rather that violence be a veil, right? Maybe that's not something I want you to describe in detail. I have a lot of friends who did not think to bring up phobias they have until a session 0 where they get explicitly asked. As a game master, please tell me if you don't like worms. Please. You'd be surprised how often that comes up, right? I can make the worm a scorpion. It's not a big deal. But this is the kind of thing that we do want to do. So yes, what should we do before we start playing? Have a session 0, discuss safety tools. What else can we discuss in a session 0 or before we start playing? Yeah, you didn't know you were doing the panel. That's right, I've tricked you. What do you think we need to do before we start playing? Yeah, scheduling is important. People have kids, I assume. People have parking that's going to run out, probably. Like, there's a lot of things, right? Social battery is another thing. Food, is it planned? Is it snacks? Should I eat before? You'd be surprised, like any party, right? If you're going to something like this, you would like some assurances about what's going to happen. And nobody wants the, I've planned a 2-hour adventure, 1 hour in, there's a 45-minute pizza conversation. We don't want to have to, and now actually they don't deliver. Oh, okay, well I can run out and get that. No, it'll be faster if we order. Yeah, yes, we've all been there, right? So there are a lot of things we can talk about that are just factual mechanical necessities as well. Anything else we should talk about before we start playing? Yes, right? Tone. If somebody comes in and says, I want to play hoo-hoo hee-ha, the halfling with 9 arms. Why? It just does. That's fine. But if you've been invited to someone's place to play in their gritty, Souls-like themed Age of Umbra Daggerheart game, then maybe you are the one who is kind of pulling away from the group rather than finding a way to meet at a happy midpoint, right? I think there's a couple of different ways to figure that out. Sometimes your GM will go, I would like to run this game with this kind of tone. Who would like to play in that game? That's fine. That works. You can also, as a player, do a similar thing. I would love to get in a game like X, Y, and Z, whether it's a specific type of game, a rule set, right? A different ttrpg you want to try out. Or maybe you've been playing a lot of serious, dramatic stuff. Maybe you just want to break from that in your current campaign. You can also ask for that. The same as with lines and veils. These things move, right? As people change, as groups change over time. Anything else that we should do before we start playing besides hydrate? What else should we do? Speaking of hydrate. One more time? Yes, so as well as Lines and Veils Session 0, you could have an X card. Maybe you want to hand out things to people in case of this, right? Break glass, emergency. There's countless things you could do. I think what we've come up with is a pretty good list, and it's all covered by one thing. It's just communicate, right? Just discuss amongst each other what you'd like to do. I like to use the example of, in Dungeons & Dragons, they talk about how there are 3 pillars, right, of the game. The exploration, the combat, and the role play. I sometimes will even do a survey with my players beforehand to see how much of each they're interested in. Or I'll do it with more thematic words. Or I'll just make them pick 3 words out of a list that I get, like just to get a vibe of what they're looking for. With the 3 pillars, what's interesting is, I don't know if people have, depending on their experience, I don't know if people have a good grasp of what each could mean. Because if you're in a combat encounter and all you're doing is making big number, small number, well, I don't necessarily think that's a great combat anyway, right? So maybe exploration happens during the combat. You need to find, I don't know, the Ark of the Covenant, whatever it is that you're looking for, right? Role play, if the bad guy or girl, whoever they are, is someone your character is connected with in some way, maybe you want to spend your turns trying to get them to take their hand away from the big red button. Hopefully, you have told your game master and the other players what you'd like to have, what kind of experience you want. Makes it a lot easier for the game master to then seed possibilities and opportunities. Whichever ones sprout are the ones you pay attention to. Quick game master tip. I'll focus over here for this one, apparently. I like to ask my players to recap the previous session themselves with no help from me, and I'll fill in what they miss. Whatever they bring up is what they care about. What they remember, that's where their heart lies. So maybe if there's a very complex political situation with 3 different families and they can't remember the names of those families, but they all remember that this one tavern isn't going to be able to pay its rent, maybe focus on the rent. That's another thing to consider. See, we're full of tips here today. All right, let's go to the next slide. Yes, okay. I know you're not supposed to read directly off of a slide what it says, but I think this one's important, so I'm going to go for it. Individuals are different. Friend groups are different, both amongst friend groups and from the individuals they are composed of. You ever have a friend who shuts down around large groups? That happens sometimes. You also have some friends who come alive and you can't stop them talking because now they get to hang out with Cousin Randy and his big magic card collection or whatever it might be. Can you tell I've played a lot of tabletop games as a very young person with older brothers? Oh, they all get it. My family from Ireland back there. Friend groups are different. Tables are different. It can legitimately be the same group of people, but if it's a different campaign, a different situation, it can be different. And time changes us all. Ellipsis. Including dinner time. We talked about that a little bit already. You would be surprised how many games I have had where I'm like, maybe I should call this early. If you have drinks at the table, a lot of people talk about there being a 2-drink maximum or a 2-drink limit because things have gone off the rails before when that limit's been exceeded. Again, I refer to you that individuals are different, friend groups are different. How do we solve any potential issues that might come from that? It's going to be communication again. Maybe that's a simplistic answer, but it just kind of is. It is very difficult to be like, hey, maybe stop drinking. Maybe have a few less drinks with your friends. But maybe the host can help you also control that environment and establish those rules. Because, you know, me when I'm sober, incredibly reasonable, very gracious and kind and happy to go along with the rules. So have those conversations beforehand as well. Any questions before we move on to our next slide? Okay, awesome. Next slide, please. My grand philosophy of collaborative storytelling and tabletop role-playing games is very, very simple. And I'm going to say it, and I'm going to point. And that way the image will reveal itself as the words reach your ears and brain in perfect unison. My grand philosophy is tabletop storytelling is pro wrestling. That's exactly what it is. Well, no, you can laugh. Enjoy. By the end of this conversation, you're going to agree with me. This is what I truly think it is. It's the most clear connection I can draw between these two art forms. The one true sport, professional wrestling, and the one true game, tabletop role-playing. You can fight me later. Yeah, you can fight me later. I'll fight all of you. My whole family's here. So the thing about pro wrestling is it's not fake. It's great, and it's predetermined, right? I'm not saying that our games are predetermined. That is the one big difference. But the story in pro wrestling only works if everyone involved believes in it enough. We don't think that there are dragons that are going to come and attack us most of the time, right? We don't think that. But we will have a better time if we're in an environment that allows us to believe like when we were young. Just like with wrestling. Is your game master, your dungeon master, a bad person? No. They're all the bad people, right? They're going to play all the heels. They're going to play all the bad guys. And you know what's really fun about a heel like Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF, in professional wrestling? They think they're better than you. One specific example. He thinks he's the smartest person in the world. How fun is it as a player to not only win, but to beat somebody worth beating? But to beat somebody that you at the table are like, oh, this guy actually kicked the Rangers' pet companion. Let's make it hurt. Like, let's get him. What you really want as a group is to solve a problem, overcome an obstacle, tell a story together that feels like it has difficulty and it is worth doing. MJF is worth beating. He thinks he's smarter than everyone else. So let's hit him in the back of the head with our elbow, right? Like, this is the thing. I think that pro wrestling is, yes, it's combat improv. We understand that. It's mixed with essentially the same thematic storytelling levels as RuPaul's Drag Race. It's all kind of it's all the same thing. It's carnival. It's carnival. There's an expression in wrestling called kayfabe. Anybody familiar? Kayfabe. You want to tell us what kayfabe is? Yeah. Exactly. And kayfabe is also used as to use an improv term, a base reality. So in wrestling, the base reality, the kayfabe is, MJF has to be mean to you if you ask for a picture at the airport, because he's a bad guy. That's the kayfabe. If you break kayfabe, you're just like, oh, hey, how you doing? I'll use my real name. I'll shake. Oh, I love kids. Oh, let's get a picture. A lot of wrestlers back in the day, in particular, used to never break kayfabe, and they would get things thrown at them in parking lots, which means they were great at their job. As a GM, as a DM, that's the same permeable layers of reality and storytelling that I think we want to achieve, right? You have to somehow find a way to, let's say I'm your DM, you have to find a way to fall in love with me, right? If your character is gonna fall in love and I'm playing their love interest, you have to find a way to fall in love with me. You have to find a way to destroy me and enjoy doing it. You have to find a way to want to rescue me. This is what all that we're doing. It's the same in professional wrestling, right? The audience, in a way the players, but the players are also the competitors, the audience will cheer for the thing they care about. They will lead you to it as a game master. So how do we do that in a collaborative fashion? I'm going to keep talking about wrestling, just so you know. There's not another slide that will be like, not about this is the wrestling slide. There's, let's say, 15 people in AEW that are on an episode of Dynamite. They're not all in the main event. They're not all the story of that episode, or that month, or that pay-per-view. But that spotlight rotates. It's the same at the table. I run games for young kids a lot of the time as well. They struggle with this a lot. They want that spotlight the whole time because they're like, this is the game, right, where I do my thing. And then you have to explain to them, well, there are other people that exist. Took me a while to learn that lesson as a youngster. Other people, like, yes, other people. So you need to find a way to share the spotlight or be a tag team, and try and help big them up, right? How do you role play without taking spotlight, but by adding to their story if it happens to be their focus in the current moment? Not to say that you can never go, I want to do an unexpected thing. Of course you can. We like swerves. We like surprises. But the point being, if you're not in the main event, you can still do a lot of cool stuff. And hopefully, as you're noticing the story developing in different ways, you realize, oh, I'm headed toward the main event of the next pay-per-view, aka session, encounter, scene, whatever it might be for your game system. Does anyone have any wrestling-related questions for this section? Anything about wrestling you say, I will turn it into making sense for tabletop. I can do it. I will stand here for 2 days. Hit me. I appreciate it. You know ball. I get it. Yes. I love that question. Yes. Let me explain. So in wrestling, old school term, babyface. Literally, they didn't have TV for every territory, so they just had live performance, which is what we do if you're doing an actual play, or in a way, at any game table if you're telling a story, performance of a sort. So they just had your look and what you said on the microphone that the audience could hear in the tiny, basement of a church or wherever it is that you were. So a babyface is someone you look at them and go, probably the good guy. Like, he just looks like he's innocent. He looks like maybe he would be or she would be the kind of person that we should root for. Usually their outfit, their promos, what they say on the mic, and their music, all of that will usually kind of together immediately go, oh, cheer for them. I cheer for them. The same thing would be true of a heel being the bad guy, right? So you got your face and your heel. Sometimes a baby face will do a bad thing suddenly and turn heel. Another expression we'll hear a lot. I genuinely think those storytelling beats is also how you can pop your table. I really think as a GM, that's all you need to think about. A great example. If you were describing a character that the group is meeting for the first time, I can imagine, okay, well, a wrestler, if he wants to show people he's a bad guy in this particular way, maybe he's petty or rude, he'll walk over to a kid in the audience, look at the kid's sign, take it from him and rip it up. You can have your bad guy do something petty, but not evil. And they will want to hurt that person more now than if they did something outright evil, right? There's a lot of storytelling beats you can take. You can also go with, oh, me and you, this is the longtime NPC you've loved for so long, and then they betray you for reasons that make sense with their established character. That's why a heel turn is so fun in wrestling as well. All of the elements of collaborative storytelling, you can also see it play in other mediums, right? You can see it in a play. You can see it definitely in improv. If you ever watch improv Shakespeare, like, a lot of that stuff will make sense for what we do in tabletop role-playing games as well. I just think wrestling is the easiest way you could put up a 30-minute video on YouTube that will give you backstory of 2 wrestlers and then their match. You could do a whole campaign just around those beats of Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels being best friends, and then, whoop, what's this? Shawn Michaels is throwing Marty Jannetty through a window. I'm losing you, and I can tell. It's very inside baseball, but you could track those things. You could literally be like The Rock and John Cena. Yeah, boop, boop, boop. We can do that. This person is the hero of the realm, and they don't like that there are another group of young heroes coming up, showing them up. Oh, that's an interesting kind of villain. Surely they're a good guy, right? And then, you know, they say, The Rock says, who are you? And he goes, I'm John. It doesn't matter what your name is. Just wanted to do a Rock impression real quick. That's for the fans and for the family in the back. And with that, let's move on to our next slide. Any questions? This is just our opportunity to talk back and forth. If you have any issues at your current table, issues from a previous table, questions about something you want to do in the future, compliments from me, for my look, kind of like how I did this panel, you know, just like whatever you want to do. But if anybody has anything, now would be our time to chat. Yes. I'll give you, I'll give it to you both ways. So if it was, let's say we have 6 players, right? That's a lot of players, whether it's for a session or for a campaign. And I do this when I'm GMing as a service as well, because even more so, I'm like, well, I might not see them for another session. I want to make sure they get like their enjoyment out of this right now. I will sometimes work my way from my left around the circle, genuinely trying to make sure that I'm getting people engaged gradually as we go. I won't always do it in like so rigorous of a pattern. Sometimes something will happen and it will, oh, those 2 people are invested in this. Let's get them involved. Okay, this person over here is maybe not. So if you're talking about storytelling, how do you get everybody? Is that the question essentially? There's a lot of different ways, which I think is a positive. If you were the GM who said, I want to tell this kind of story, and then you get players because of what you want to do, that should be fairly easy. The buy-in should already be established, right? But if you're talking about how do we get to a story collaboratively if we're trying to work it out as we go, I believe if you can get people invested in something through humor, right? It doesn't even have to be like ha-ha funny. It can just be sweet funny, right? Ted Lasso has 4 seasons, inexplicably. So you could do that, right? So I like to try and get people through some element of humor or comedy, which can be from you or it can just be from the situation. Being like, oh, this is like a strange like place that we found ourselves in. If you get that, you've activated their emotions, right? They're a little bit invested, even though they might not know that. Just because they laughed, they like a thing now, right? Oh, I like this thing, so that's cool. Now you have something to threaten. Now you have something at stake. That might seem really simple, but again, well, it's not wrestling anymore, but you know what I mean? Like that is the way that I would put it, because I'll give you a great example. Somebody shows up to the wrestling arena in their brand new Lamborghini. Someone's destroying that Lamborghini. That's just going to happen. Like that's all they're setting up, and then there'll be a match where they throw each other into cars. Like that might seem really simplistic, but when I do a session, if I notice a twinkle in somebody's eye or extra questions about a particular element of the environment or a person, I go, that's what they're into. That's what they're interested in. How do I follow that? How do I push that? And in a game where we have agreed that is collaborative storytelling, I might pass the ball over. Someone's asking a lot of questions about, let's say, the environment's animals, like the animals of this place. Are they being affected by this thing we're investigating? I might just pivot to the ranger or the druid, and I would have them roll something. And then go, what do you think this thing you're investigating, how is it affecting the flora and the fauna of this place? Now there's a connection between you two, right? If I can do that enough times, that everyone is connected. We just need to keep doing that. It might seem simplistic, but I do view it as a wrestling thing and an improv thing. If there is something active that people are interested in, I try and just put in something in the background that they can then pivot to. And if I don't get anyone with the active thing, hopefully the others come over here, then I reveal the connection between the two. Whether that is agreement, maybe they're similar, or maybe they're contrasting forces. Yeah, a very long-winded answer, but yes, that would be what I would say. What else? Yeah. I love that question. I would ask the group and say, hey, I want to play this module. Maybe you have a reason like in particular, or you just go, I bought it, I read it, I want to run it. It could be anything. And just tell them it's this kind of adventure, so we can do that. Do you want to play it authentically to the module? Meaning, are you guys okay with being a little bit shepherded? You can literally do that. You probably don't want to. You want to give them a little more breathing room to see where they end up. I believe that flavor is free. It's something that we say a lot in games, right? In tabletop storytelling. An ice ball and a fireball you can just do an ice ball. It's fine. If you want to change the damage to cold, sure. I would be fine with that. Some tables might be a little more strict. But flavor, even if it's just cosmetic, is free. So what I would do, and I've been in this situation, is they've ended up somewhere that is different to where I thought they would end up. You can use the same stat blocks. You can rename. They're not in the forest, so I can't use the direwolf. Okay? They're fighting a pirate now, and the pirate has a cutlass that does, shocker, the same damage as the bite. And then you realize there's a spiked barbs on the cutlass. So now you're grappled by the jaws, by the barbs of the cutlass. That's one way. So just cosmetically repaint things. Is your question more about how do I make sure I can finish the module story that I do like? I think that is the important thing. If you want to get to certain parts of the story because you're interested in them, you can also interrogate that and go, why do I like them? Can I move them around so they still work? And if your table is running away from them, try and figure out why. Right? Because railroading, I think, is only a problem if the players don't want to go that direction. Right? That's the only time it feels constricted. So I would consider, rather than what would motivate a party or a table, what will motivate this table? I have given people the king has a mission. This is the important thing you need to do. And the group is like, there was that one farmer who's having a squash competition. I would like to go compete in the squash competition. I'm like, okay, let's go back to that town 3 days ago. Hey, nothing weird happened on the journey. You make it there in 3 days, well rested and recovered. Barnabas, he's been taken. All the squashes have been destroyed. Where's Barnabas? He's back at the other place where you're supposed to go. You want to save Barnabas? Guess what? There's this place. I like to keep kayfabe when I can. But if I'm going to pull the curtain back, you can also do the 3 paths diverge in a wood. You only need to plant 2 places. Right? They're only going to go to one. The other one, you could literally be like, we'll do a random roll for random events. Or, if you don't have the time, if there's some constraint that you can't follow, you can just come up with 2 things and give them the 3 choices. Some people call that the illusion of choice. I would much rather instead put a clue for each direction. Like with the recap we talked about, whatever they follow is probably where their heart's leading them. So hopefully that's the thing that you're ready for, right? Like that's the thing that you want to give more life to and breathe more life to. All right, what else? Embrace failure, I think, is a good piece of advice for almost anything you want to try and get good at. I think one of the things that's not in the books for any system, well, I'm sure some systems must have it. I haven't read every book. But I think one of the things is you need to be okay going, all right, I need a second, figure this out. That's okay to say. People might even go, oh, good, I need to go to the bathroom. It's been too riveting. I have to go now. Now that you need a breather, I can take a breather. I believe that if you are perhaps panicking, interrogate if that panic is coming from like actually like, oh, I'm feeling anxious because of yada, yada, yada. You can air that out and go, by the way, this is my first time doing this. I really want people to have a good time and I'm a little stressed about it. If you have a good group of friends around you, they're going to explain how you don't need to be stressed about it and they will help you out. So communication, again, I know That's one thing. The other thing would be you can just say in your head, is the stress coming from, I want this to go the way I planned it? Because if it's just because you planned it a certain way, look at the people playing, and if they're having a good time, your plan's not really important anymore. The plan worked. It got you to where you wanted to go. And if you want to circle back around to those other elements, maybe you can get there later, right? So I would definitely just say prep as much as you would like, as you can. Let people know it's your first time, and you're all going to figure it out together. Another tip for first-time GMs, do not start off a campaign with a bunch of more experienced players who then trick you and say, what if we played evil characters? What if we played bad guys? That'll be an interesting 3 years. You'll have a lot of fun. You'll learn a lot. But boy, gonna go off the rails. And then I think you had a question as well. Ooh. Agency. I think a lot of people deal with that. Thank you for the question. I'll just repeat it. How do we deal with a problem player who is, even against their own character, pulling away from the mission that the rest of the characters want to accomplish? Kill him. Kill him. Kill him dead. Kill him 2 times. Bring him back as a zombie and he's a bad guy now. That is a joking answer. But also, what is at stake for not accomplishing the mission that everyone else wants to do? That is the in-universe way you can handle this, right? Because hopefully they will then feel bad if they arrive at the village they're supposed to save because they were delayed by a few days by this player. Everyone's dead. Why did you think you were sent to this village? Was it to hang out and have a good time? Like, you can just give in-universe reactions. That can, however, to these kinds of players, appear like spiteful or vindictive, rather than just, oh, the consequences of my actions, right? So here's what I would say instead. I think you already kind of answered it yourself as well. You can talk to them privately, and you can phrase it as an I or a me statement instead of a you or a problem statement. You can say, hey, I'm really enjoying playing. I love all the role play you're doing, and everybody else is great. Everybody works together really great. Is there anything I could be doing better? Just see what they say to that first. And then go, okay, because I've just noticed that when I do X, Y, and Z in the story, or when I try and get us towards this, everyone else seems interested, but I don't know if I've gotten your interest or attention in it. You seem to want to do something else. So you're just asking them, hey, I don't know why you're doing this. How can I help? And then they might not know they're doing it, right? And if they do know they're doing it, see if their answer is worth anything, basically. See if they have any actual reason. And you can then, after having tried to meet them there, go, okay, well, just so you know, I would really help out a lot if you help me get to X, Y, and Z. And the stuff that you're interested in, I actually have plans for down the road. Right? That's about the best version of that communication. It might not go that way. It might not go as positively, right? But you have to be okay with that. Have the other players complained? Okay. That is your nuclear bomb that you keep in your back pocket. For if the conversation goes badly, you can go, I've gotten complaints from other people too. I would like to resolve this in a good way for everybody. After a few tries, maybe you cut that person from the game. That might be sad, but if they're making other people unhappy, then it's not really worth it. It does suck. As a GM, you are also a little bit more responsible for everyone's safety, trust, and happiness at the table. Don't take that burden on without thinking about that. And also feel free to share that responsibility with others and say, hey, we're all telling this story together. That's the name of that's the thing. I got the name in there. All right. What other questions we got? Yes. Yeah, it's very difficult on both sides, right? You don't want to go, okay, role play, right? If you put someone on the spot like that, that's not a great setup for them. So they'll also immediately go, oh, I'm being seen, I'm being observed by others. What do I do? Nobody wants that pressure, so I understand the difficulty of this. My legitimate, like, gut reaction of what I would do in this situation is, first a question, do they have character backstories? Okay, interesting. What I was going to suggest is, can you find a way to tie two of them together in a way that they wouldn't expect? Right? As an example, my brother disappeared 10 years ago. I've been trying to find him ever since. And then the other person, I was turned into a vampire by my master, who's trying to become the president of Vampire Town. And then you find out, oh, the president of Vampire Town has a new familiar, and it's the brother. Right? Like, now they have something to talk about, because their conversation will either be very like, oh, well, yes, we'll talk to the DM about all this, but then they'll have to go, so are we going to kill him? Like, what are we going to do? So that's my, like, plot-based suggestion. The other one, and I do think everyone should feel comfortable stealing this, make them go undercover. If you can make them do a social mission or heist, whatever they would respond well to, try and have them have to steal, let's say, invitations from people who are already invited to a big popular function, fill it with all of the NPCs you would like to be in the campaign, and then when they arrive, they're going to be stopped at the door by security, and they'll have a dossier. This is what this person sounds like. This is their likes and dislikes. This is their relationship to the other person. These two are married, and you're playing the twins. You're playing their twin children. Now they have to get past a series of social checks, right? The mayor of Habsburg comes over and says, well, I'm missing a shipment from your Demesne. Well, where are the oats? By Jove, you owe me. That person keeps getting progressively drunker, wants to have more conversations about trade. They're going to have to respond to this with words, right? So hopefully that will get them all working together. Yes, they're working against you, but now they're trying to come up with plans, hopefully. That's my suggestion. Good? Okay. Yes. What else we got? Yeah. So your question is, when you want to run a little bit of a solo mission, how do you deliver information and role play and not give it to the others that are there? Yeah. So as someone who has played a rogue up to like level 17 in a D&D game, I know exactly what you're talking about. It could even just be scouting. Because sometimes you could just scout a whole area by yourself and be like, I'd probably be better at this by myself. Where am I hanging out? So you also want it to be fun for everybody. So part of it is you could have the other players stay there, be an audience, right? If they're comfortable doing that and if it's not going to take too long. And then just say to them, you know, we're all here telling a story together. You don't know about what's happening. And that will be, you know, above the table versus in character. Metagaming, if you work based off of that info. But let's interrogate why that would be good and why that would be bad. It would be bad if their characters are different than they should be because they have info they shouldn't have, right? But what if the solo mission leads to this rogue smooching the love interest of one of the other players? That other player is going to have a great time being like, oh, sure do love my paramour. Can't wait to be reunited with. They're gonna have a lot of fun with that. Still in character, still not revealing they know the information, but they're like putting a fun pressure in their role play there. That's one option. The other option is, I don't like to do this because people's time is so valuable. You can just do a solo session. Also, I find this is very different for different game systems. If I ever play anything, I play a lot of zombie games. I bring walkie-talkies, and I give a walkie-talkie to them, and I put them in another room. And I'll like give them, here's your thing that you discover. You can say whatever you want about that over the mics, but you're gone for the next scene. And then I'll start a scene with them, and they have to like, oh, my character, oh, hold on, we have to listen to what they're saying. This is important. There's a lot of things you can do like that mechanically or minigame-wise. Run a separate session if people have the time for it as well. And then my last thing would be, if the mission has, let's say, enemies that are important or some other aspect to it, and I would still say don't let it take too long, you can give the other players a role in it. You can be like, hey, you're the brute that the Thieves Guild is sending with them to make sure he doesn't run off with the money. So just here's your like stat block for the 30-minute like one-off thing that we're doing here. Because it can feel like a real treat to that one player, right? You will, of course, then get a lot of people lining up for their version of that in the future. So be prepared for that as well. We've got time for, well, honestly, we've probably got time for like 10 questions. We might only have time for like 2 of my answers. We've got a little more time. What else do you want to talk about? Any complaints? Anything we want to toss out? Yeah. When you say opposite morality, would it be like a lawful good, chaotic neutral type thing, or what do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. I thought that's what it was, but I didn't want to assume, so I was like, oh, maybe it's something different. But yeah, that is very frequently what comes up. Paladin says, don't steal. So there's a lot of ways that the players themselves can work through that with only a little bit of prodding from you. For example, if it is a kleptomania type thing versus they love money, like have them interrogate why are they doing this like thievery and stuff. Is it an urge? Is it a, like, what is it? Because that will then be a thing you could say to, let's say, is it a paladin? Or what is their class, this other individual? The moral voice, let's say. You say to them, hey, roll me an insight check. And then whatever they roll, you go, you see sweat beading on the thief's brow, and you can see their hands are kind of shaking, kind of twitching, and you can see they don't even seem to be enjoying themselves as they reach into their coin purse and pull out a fistful of platinum. Now it's different, right? It's a different situation for them. Because what is morality now? Is it to help somebody, or is it to stop somebody? That's one way. I always feel like if you just can show more humanity in a character, sometimes roleplay, they just butt heads and it doesn't work. You can try and reveal it through mechanics. It's a fun way to do it. The reason I asked about the paladin thing is, love a good zone of truth. Love a good zone of truth. Everybody starts doing jokes. They're like, oh, we have to tell the truth. People will say stuff. Maybe you can get it out that way, that they realize they're not all that different from one another. Also, sure would be fun if they fell in love. Like enemies to lovers. Obviously you don't put that on your players, but in my mind I'm like, that's where I would want to see that story go. I don't know how to explain that to them. And then everything I said about problem players earlier would apply just slightly differently. I was like, are you guys enjoying this, by the way? Do you like this butting heads mechanic? And if they say no, I'm like, okay. Do you guys want to just change an aspect of one of your characters? Because there's a lot of cool things you can be. Pick another one. Any of them, right? You can also then give them a heist mission against the big bad, and now the guy they have to steal, right? So you can find all these ways to pressurize it. I think we have time for one more. Yeah, we got time for at least one more. What do we got? Probably gonna be the best. Probably the best question of the whole. Yeah, go for it. Happy birthday. So the question is specifically about Cyberpunk with netrunners, but it can apply to anything where someone engages in an activity where their character is taken out in some way for some amount of time, or perhaps even dies, right? So question is, how do I as a GM run that now that we have a player maybe at the beginning of a session not being involved? How do we make that fun for people? As much as I love Mike Pondsmith, as much as I love Cyberpunk, things, that game has some things that lead you into solo missions, like net running, unless they're all net runners, right? Like there's a lot of things like that that will split the party in a way that's fine as long as everyone's doing okay. And then suddenly it becomes a big problem. My overall advice would be you get to change the rules whenever the rules mean it's not fun for the players. You also get to change the rules in other cases, but this is a good reason to do it. Can they be downloaded into, I don't know, a Tamagotchi? I was going to say walkie-talkie. That's way better. So they're downloaded in a Tamagotchi. So their character is still involved, right? And you're like, you have now lost access to your body. Luckily, one of the other players grabs the Tamagotchi, puts it on their belt. You can talk, you can communicate, you can do visuals on your tiny screen. You could probably still do some edge running if you get plugged in, right? Like, let them continue to be a part of the game. That's a very specific answer, right? The general answer is, and I do this at games, even if it's just at a convention and it's a one-off thing. Ask people, how do you guys feel about going unconscious, dying? Like, how much do you want? Like, what do you want the stakes to be? And yes, I keep that in mind for the length of the game. I'm not going to try and kill someone in the first 20 minutes. That wouldn't be fun for anybody. But the people who say, oh, yeah, bring it on, I go, cool. Because when there's 30 minutes left, I'm going to try and kill them. Right? Like, the stakes need to be high, and the kayfabe is, and this is what works so well with, especially with running games with kids, you make them think that you've built this impossible to defeat enemy, that there's no way, you'd have to be the best heroes in the world to be able to beat this person. And of course, it is definitely possible to beat this person, but the more you make it seem impossible, when they succeed, they'll feel like they've achieved. So that is the best answer I can give more generally. So I think if we've learned anything, we've learned that communication is key. As early as possible is the best. And tabletop role-playing games are wrestling. I think those we all agree equally. Yeah, on all three. I'm getting nods. All the Irish people in the back, good stuff. They've flown in for this. Cheers, Mur Hertig. Yeah, good man. Gurmila Magat. And all the people at home, hey. W's in the chat, am I right? Let me know what you think in the comments. Everybody, my name is Sean Leonard. You can find me online at DMChaoticGoof. Thank you so much for coming, and if you stick around, there is another panel coming up on lore in tabletop role-playing, but it has a much cooler name. Honoring the lore. Thank you so much. You've been a great audience. I'll chat to you soon. Great gaming. All right.
I'm good to go? Thank you. Came in a light cosplay for today. Amazed. Okay, hi. Everyone who's come. Hello, how are we doing? Perfect, glad to hear it. So, my name is James Poole. I'm a clinical psychologist, and today I'm talking about D&D therapy. What is it? How does it work? And should you do it? The answer is yes. But, moving on, I'll introduce myself a little bit more. That's a big picture of my face. So, I'm a clinical psychologist and therapeutic game master. You can find me at The Relational Nerd at all those kinds of things. TikTok, Instagram, Substack, and that's my website. It's just that.com. So, out the gate, therapy. What is that? Have we all been to therapy? Don't answer that question. It's confidential. It's private. It's for you. Unless you really want to yell about it. So, there's honestly a million different approaches to therapy. I think at this point, somebody had told me that there might be close to 2,000 certifications you can get in therapy approaches and so on. But generally, there's been some kind of major approaches over time. Cognitive behavioral therapy, psychodynamic or psychoanalytic therapy, mindfulness-based, dialectical behavioral, ACT, and so on and so on. But group therapy is going to be the one we're talking a little bit more about today, because group therapy is one that involves more than you and a client. So there we have different kinds of therapies that we might consider for how we want to approach what the group is trying to do. So there's a lot of things like peer support groups, things like AA or NA, or just, kind of people gathering to talk about something that's a shared experience, where you don't need formal clinical observation there, merely you need somebody who's kind of on board to lead the group and kind of collect people. Then, if we're looking at something that is a little bit more kind of therapy, that's where you get into group therapy. And in those versions of therapy, there's a very classic Yalom-based version of therapy where it's kind of like you create the group, you foster the connections, you build the trust amongst people, and eventually the therapist's job is to kind of step back and say, hey, you all are doing this for yourselves. And this is really in a space that's more of a process group thing, where people are coming in, there's usually a shared kind of idea or goal or topic that people are working with and struggling with, and they come in and they talk about that together and then have that space together to then kind of build kind of better understanding, different perspectives, and a little bit of a stronger bond about it. Then there are also group therapies that have a little bit more of a guided approach to it, where maybe there's specific things that we're looking to do. Dialectical behavioral therapy groups are pretty classic for this. In that kind of version and approach to therapy, you have a bunch of skills and handouts, and the group therapy sessions in those regards are often more based on going through a particular skill, working through the skill, practicing the skill, and then checking in on that skill the following week, and so on and so forth as they just kind of work through the 3 modules and the mindfulness that comes in between. But that's just one version of having a more topics-based approach. So yeah, moving on. So one of the things that is common amongst whether you're doing individual therapy, couples, or group is that role play is a part of therapy. It's been a part of therapy for a very long time. And role play itself has been a very important piece of helping people kind of actually experience and experiment with the sorts of things that you're talking about in therapy, because as fun as it might be to abstractly talk about an idea, you don't really know what that feels like to do until you're actually trying to put boots on the ground and try it out. And so whatever the format of therapy is, a lot of the times, one of the really helpful things to do while you're having therapy sessions or being supervised in therapy is to actually play out what a conversation looks like and experiment, the different ways in which that could be, whether that's a very collegial conversation or a conflictual conversation or otherwise. So, of course, tabletop role-playing games also involve role-play. So therapy is already kind of setting you up in a really nice way to walk into the ttrpg space, because role play is already a part of what you do if you're doing it in the ways that I like to do it, at least. And you're essentially just taking something that's a bit of a safer place to experiment and play with the ideas that you're talking about and doing it there rather than in your day-to-day life right away. So whatever the skill is or whatever the idea is or the person you're thinking about talking to, role play is a wonderful place to play that out before you actually have to put it to the test. So, do y'all know what D&D is? Is that why you're here? Probably, I had a feeling. So we don't necessarily need to go through all this stuff. I'm sure most of you know what's going on. But, of course, just to kind of quickly kind of go through whatever this is, D&D, tabletop role-playing games, one of the things that's amazing about that whole space and that whole process is that we're doing collaborative storytelling. I don't know about how all of you feel, but one of the most anxious things that I ever had as a kid growing up is playing all the competitive video games and kind of wishing we were playing games where we were doing more co-op stuff like Secret of Mana or other kinds of things where the whole goal was to figure something out together. So when I kind of really came back into the world of D&D, I was very, very pumped and happy to feel like we were all kind of working towards a similar goal. Even the DMs, who are maybe your enemies, but actually are your friends as you're playing the game. So, of course, it's collaborative storytelling. The dice and the mechanics of the game are add a version of kind of randomness and chaos to it, which is true for our normal lives. You know, we're all full of chaos. And we're all currently in the LA area. Whether or not you're from here, you know that traffic is chaotic. And we play roles and jump into adventures and have fun and figure out the things that are going on. So, now we've set up all the things that come into what the actual question is, which is, what is D&D therapy? Does anybody have any thoughts about what they think D&D therapy is? Go for it. Absolutely. So, I mean, as we're constructing sessions for D&D games, a lot of times we might be thinking about, you know, some of the big three, like the role play pieces, the combat pieces, the puzzle pieces. And we use that to structure the whole session and try to figure out what are we doing in that session and what our goals are. And then the players do whatever they do, and then we probably pivot and adapt to whatever that actually means. But in D&D therapy, essentially what we're doing is we're taking play therapy, because I mean that's really all that we're doing here. And you know, I think a lot of, you know, there's a lot of great spaces that are, you know, using a lot of variations of play therapy, whether it's board games or free play or whatever, to figure out how to, you know, kind of give people a safe space to express themselves. But it is play therapy to express yourself, to figure out how to kind of, you know, deal with many kinds of different challenges. And so the therapist can absolutely come in and try to understand, okay, what's this group wanting to kind of figure out together? What's the structure I want to give to that? What are our goals as we're going through it? So if that's something like you're talking about anxiety, right? You know, if that's kind of, you know, I'm a little bit more introverted, I'm shy, or I have social anxiety, then you might be setting up just some goals that are along the lines of starting 10 conversations over the course of a campaign, or, you know, expressing a different opinion than the rest of the party, or, you know, asserting yourself in a haggling moment with a shopkeeper or anything along those lines. So we take the whole idea that we're building a story together, and then we use that platform to kind of have a lot of little moments wherein we can be challenged. So those things can be about building resilience. You know, we can be wondering about how well do we take failed roles? How well do we, like, you know, understand things when maybe people don't do the things that we want them to do, or the party is kind of split in where they want to go, or we're trying to kind of talk with somebody and, you know, they don't have our same interests in mind. And then we're also trying to kind of figure out a little bit about what is it like to try to kind of step into other shoes. You know, we can build mindfulness through that kind of process, or theory of mind that we call it, you know, in terms of saying, okay, if I am thinking about things from another perspective, what does that start to look like? What do I start to act like? How do I think about that now differently? You know, we can think about this in terms of building empathy. We can think about it in terms of building insight even into like how we respond to things. One of the things I really love about D&D is that, you know, we're going to have these conversations in character that are not necessarily what the player is thinking about, but then we get to also pull back and talk amongst the players in a room. How are we feeling about what we've discussed? You know, what was it like to kind of go through that? What was it like to do something you don't normally do? What was it like to do something you do normally do? and how do those experiences start to change and shift as you're paying more and more attention to them as you're playing the game. So there's all these cool things that you can kind of start to blend into setting the stage and the platform for D&D being this, kind of collaborative, safe space to explore these problems. Some of the things I think are really kind of the secret sauces to it, and in making this kind of work for people, is the fact that D&D is a very immersive experience. Now, I mean, as we play and we kind of stay in character, for example, before we kind of break and go, out of character, above table, the immersion that we start to take really starts to shift a little bit of the pieces of our brain around and move a bit about how we feel. One of the studies I really like to refer to a lot when I'm working in the direction of something called opposite action, where we feel one thing and we do the opposite, is that they did this great study where they were looking at smiles, essentially. And Duchenne smiles are these, what they kind of call the genuine smiles. That they're the ones that reach your eyes. You can see it kind of light up a face. Versus a smile you might have when you're kind of just noticing somebody's in the room. You're like, I see you. Yeah, okay. That's a little bit of our fake smile versus the real smile versus a frown. And what they started to see in the brain was that the real smile lights up these kind of nice pleasure centers in the brain, but the fake smile does too. It just doesn't do it as strongly. So the more that we kind of tap into the immersion of this whole thing, then the further we can actually start to move these parts of our brain further into the emotional experiences that we might be curious about and wanting to cultivate, or just showing ourselves what we're capable of, even if, we're feeling a different thing and thinking that that's where we gotta stay. The other thing I really love about D&D therapy is this idea of flow. So there's a little bit of, think about it but don't think about it that comes into the flow state that we kind of experience in certain things that we do. So they'll talk about this a lot in sports and athletics, where it's kind of like when an athlete is thinking too much about their craft, they get, I think, back in the old days of baseball, they'll call it the yips, where it's like now you're overthinking the process, thinking too much about how you're doing everything, and you're not really letting yourself just be. And that mindfulness of being present in the moment of where you're going really helps kind of build a lot more openness within you to have a more enjoyable and happy experience of what you're doing. So when you're at a table and the table's really kind of moving in this kind of organic and lovely direction, that flow also creates space for people to have a lot more kind of open and enjoyable experiences while they're at a D&D table. But the real key thing for D&D therapy, and why I really like thinking about it connected to role play, is this bleed in and bleed out idea. So whenever any of us play a game, when any role-playing game, essentially, we bleed into the character, no matter what we try to do. I think Lou Wilson mentioned it, I think in like an adventuring party or something for Dimension 20 once in a really nice way, where he said, I keep on trying to make these characters that are really different from me, and I keep on finding some personal trauma in every one that I make. And I think that is just one of these inescapable ideas. I found myself trying to do the same thing every time I make a character, and I was like, why are all my characters kind of like little Robin Hood anti-capitalist dudes trying to scoop out the big guy? And so whenever we play these games, we bleed into the character. And sometimes there's like a metagamey aspect, like, if you're a biologist and you start spitting facts about, flora and fauna and that kind of thing. And you can weave that into the storytelling, but also sometimes you just end up knowing things that kind of bleed into the game, and that can feel like, hey, I know that monster from, page 149 of the Monsters Manual. You can also just sort of, be talking about things you tend to know about in your personal life. But the really key piece of that for D&D therapy is the fact that we will bring in us into D&D spaces. But then the key piece of D&D therapy having impact for you is the bleed out. So that is the whole kind of like foundation and structure that we're trying to kind of focus on when we do bring Dungeons and Dragons or other TTRPGs, doesn't have to be D&D, into the therapy room. Because in all that role play, in all that experimentation and trying things out, we are trying to then take that experience with us back into our day-to-day lives. So, I mean, we'll feel this a lot when we beat the BBEG and everybody's kind of cheering at the table. You get some really killer, crit 20s and are having a great time, is that like we kind of walk away feeling something that has elevated in us, like kind of elated in us, and we've had this communal lovely experience. And when we add in these therapeutic elements, then we start also bringing those with us. We start bringing the whole kit and caboodle out into the world with us and start to feel more and more whatever our goals are, more competent, less anxious, more connected, have more sense of a belonging, and so on. Yeah. So we've talked a little bit about what it is and how it works. So now we want to talk a little bit about, should you do it? So there are a couple different ways you can approach kind of any group therapy situation. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, which is you can have a very particular goal in mind when you do it. So you can say, hey, we're working on fluency in math and reading. So like we're going to spend a lot of time maybe trying to find skills that have interesting math equations attached to them, or trying to figure out whether sleep worked on somebody with the 5d8. Or we can be kind of finding ourselves working in the reading thing, which means we can maybe put in puzzles that involve reading, but also just the reading of the skills and the places that you might visit, or kind of working through riddles and puzzles. So one of the ways that we can approach it is trying to gather people with a specific goal and or diagnosis in mind, and then have the whole kind of campaign structured around trying to pursue that with each person's individual goals kind of attached to that. Now, the little bit more of the unstructured version of that would be kind of doing a process group, which is more about kind of people running through the game, just trying to kind of pay attention to it, where we might not have certain kind of goals that we're trying to hit throughout the game, but we may instead be kind of doing a little bit more focus on kind of debriefing at the end of the game, or taking a little bit of time in the middle of a session to talk through how things are going and how people are feeling and what has been kind of popping out to them or feeling really impactful to them throughout the course of that particular session. But generally, there's a lot of places wherein this could be useful. And, the APA's Monitor on Psychology recently, or I think last summer, dropped an article that then NPR also followed up on, and Geek Therapeutics talked about, which is that, like, hey, this is a way to do therapy. We have our group therapy structures and the ideas in mind, but we can play around with it. We can include play therapy into that process. And, they were talking about you can use this for ADHD, for autism spectrum disorders, for social skills, for depression, anxiety, math, and reading, and trauma. And that generally, just as you're approaching it, you're kind of trying to make sure that you are attending to things that can be dealt within a kind of group setting. So one of the big things you're trying to look out for in setting that up is just, are there things happening within people that might be a little bit kind of breaking to the table, or kind of working against a group setting sort of thing. And there are ways to work with that, and we can always find things to kind of play around with. One of the books I spend a lot of time with and looking at this is Megan Connell's Tabletop Role-Playing Games, or Role-Playing Therapy, a guide for the clinician game master, where there are ways to think about approaching like the edgelord rogue who's trying to kind of always run off by themselves and do things by themselves. And one of the things that's kind of, I think great about walking into this sort of space is that one of the things we're trying to understand is insight into our actions and how the consequences to those actions impact things. So as much as we might think a therapy space like, hey, we're not going to kill any characters, you do. It is on the table, and it is absolutely there. But what you want to do is always make sure that there's kind of an escape plan for people, that there's other options on the way to that. And trying to kind of observe and see repercussions and consequences to these actions as they're happening, and we can kind of show that to the characters trying to kind of do this lone wolf thing as we're trying to kind of encourage them back into a more group mechanic. Alrighty? So, there's a lot of things we can use it for. There's a lot of ways it can work. But I also wanted to take some time to kind of give people room to ask questions or see what they're about. But I also wanted to make sure that you guys kind of knew a lot of where I kind of look towards things. Again, here's the book that I just mentioned. There is a version of running D&D games called Critical Core that Game to Grow has developed, mostly for kids and teens. Essentially what they do is they trim down and they kind of make very simple the D&D mechanics, so we spend a little bit less time kind of pouring through the character sheets and a little bit more time playing the game, so it just kind of simplifies the whole kind of rule mechanic down to fewer things. But yeah. Any kind of questions or thoughts about the whole thing? Shoot. Sure, sure. So for it to be therapy, a master's level or doctoral level clinician has to be attached. So kind of up until that point, essentially you're looking at peer groups for the most part, which are still things that people can run. Just, I think the specifics of it have to be very clear as you're walking into it. It's not a therapy, we're not necessarily kind of, running through therapy here, but that again, like a peer support group would normally function, is that a lot of things happen in that are healing, are there for mental health work, but just are not kind of therapy proper. So one of the things I really like that Megan Connell talks about in terms of running these games and groups is that essentially when you go through the training, you learn how to run groups. And you do a lot of work with groups, or at least if you haven't done it, then you want to get experience running groups, because that is going to be the thing that kind of builds up your ability to kind of handle the mechanics, like the dynamics that play out between people, and understand sort of how to present groups to people, how to reinforce boundaries, and so on and so forth. So getting experience with running groups is kind of one of the big things. Having experience with the population you're planning to work with is also important. So like on the prior slide there, if you haven't had a lot of time working with social skills and communication skills, but you're running a social skills group, that can fall flat. And be unethical in terms of practice. And so then the big other thing to kind of get connected with there is being very familiar with the game itself. So having a lot of, a number of hours in whatever ttrpg you want to use is very important to then being able to use it. And, there are kind of, funky things that the like continuing education credits or courses can offer in terms of, you're not necessarily, in a lot of ways, the D&D therapy can look just like a D&D session until it doesn't. Essentially, a lot of it is going to look just like a D&D session, and then all of a sudden you're kind of pausing the game to talk a little bit about this particular skill or that particular skill, or reflecting to somebody, or taking time with one of the players at the table if they're struggling with something, and making sure you take time to process that and work with that. Typically at another kind of, in a D&D game at a game store or at home, you might kind of tell somebody to leave or cool off or kind of cut them out of the session. You might actually take that opportunity in a D&D therapy session to keep the conflict in the table and start processing it live with the group and doing that. So if you're unfamiliar with the game mechanics, then you're kind of split between trying to remember the game mechanics and your clinical work. And if you're unfamiliar with the clinical work side, then again, you're trying to kind of, run back through the handouts. I actually brought some handouts here if anybody wants to take one with them for the for the con, just little skills to kind of look at and think about. But yeah, so I mean, a lot of it's about building the experience and familiarity. Those courses and certifications are really helpful for getting some of that experience, and then, yeah, having a degree and the license is another kind of big piece of that. Mm-hmm. 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 That's a great question. So I usually like to look at like 8 to 12, right in that range, where it's not like a huge commitment, but it also does give people enough time to meet goals and practice things and so on. And to your point about the one shots, it's like a lot of what's happening in the one shot is just getting used to what you're doing and settling into the game itself and kind of figuring out what's going on. And so, a lot of it is kind of also going through like the administration and the session 0 and the safety tools and all the kind of stuff that we would typically do at a session 0 in D&D on our own. But that all has to happen at that first session. So it's really hard to get through one shot therapeutically, but the thing I'll always say about therapy on top of that is that therapy is kind of training. You are trying to practice something over and over and over again until it becomes just kind of habit and reflex and kind of part of you. And so if you aren't having enough time and runway to do that practice, then chances are you're not going to walk out with too much in your pocket, because you won't have had the time to really do the role play and practice the thing. Yeah. So, I love that question. I'm going to put it back to the audience a little bit. What would y'all guess would be too big for a D&D therapy session? Yeah. 6 is probably where I'd cap it at most. Because, yeah, I mean, it's a great question. And one of the variables you're also working with here is how long do you run the group for on any given session. So a lot of people will run sessions for like an hour, hour and a half, at which case, definitely when you're hitting 5 or 6 people, it's getting kind of hard to make sure everybody's got a moment. If you are running for an hour and a half, 2 hours, you might have a little bit more flexibility to kind of open the table up a little bit. But yeah, I think kind of 4 or 5 is a sweet spot. But one of the other things that you're kind of struggling with when it comes to group therapy sessions is that and a D&D session, of course, is that you do need a certain minimum of people to be there on a given week in order to run the thing. And at some point, you know, the expectation is that people will miss a session here and there. So you want to make sure you do have enough people such that when people do miss, you still get to run the session. Yeah. The ethics board runs through my mind, and I'm like, okay, I have to give feedback, but I got to make sure it doesn't go too far. Well, here's the thing. I think at the end of the day, you know, a lot of the skills and handouts and stuff you can find online from DBT or kind of whatever approach, but that really, if I'm just doing therapy with anybody, the 2 big things that I like to talk about with almost anybody are patience and curiosity. We tend to jump to conclusions, you know, when the emotions are running high. We're telling a story and we're running with it, and we're trying to figure out what's going on there. So when people are kind of finding themselves upset at a table, and you're kind of trying to figure out how to settle in and kind of explore what's going on, when we tell people what they're thinking, when we tell people what they're feeling, you know, we jump to bigger conclusions. And it's hard to be patient when we think somebody's upset at a table. But just kind of teaching people how to be patient and curious is a very kind of fascinating thing, because outside of therapy, you know, we all sit down at a D&D table. We've all got our own ideas of, like, I've been thinking about my character, and here's what I want to do today, or, like, you know, here's some of the to-do item lists I've got going on. And so every session, people are kind of engaging some amount of self-work to stay at a table, as it is. So just kind of having a debrief session after a game, you know, giving people an opportunity to talk and kind of, you know, process a little bit about what was hard, what was easy, you know, how things were going, and kind of approaching all of that in mind with the idea that nobody's doing anything wrong at a D&D game. Just, you know, if anything's really popping up, chances are it just means there's a misalignment of value between 1 to 2 to several people at any given time. So debrief, I think, is always a really nice space for people, because I think that is where, you know, you're not trying to figure out, hey, do I need to stay in character? Do I need to get out of character? Like, you know, what's going on? I don't want to interrupt things, interrupt flow, you know, interrupt immersion. You know, having a debrief gives people time to just talk. And that can kind of organically be its own sort of nice settling experience for people on their way out of a game. That, you know, doesn't have to be therapy. It can just kind of be processing. Mm-hmm. Ooh. You know, it probably depends on where you live and the format of what the kind of training processes would be. Are you in California? So yeah, so I mean, being a psychological associate, you could, like, I mean, well, I guess there's also just the externships and so on, but I think that would be kind of more like kind of the cold calling outreach and trying to figure out sort of who's local. You know, Geek Therapeutics is definitely, you know, a group to look into along with Game to Grow. I don't know if either of them are LA or like California based specifically. But I mean, just kind of getting into the world and kind of interacting with people, kind of feeling out where they're at. A lot of private practice people end up taking on, externs. I think the question also starts to become like, is this APA accredited versus not? And like that's probably where you'll hit more kind of roadblocks, which you won't as much as a psychological associate down the road. Mm-hmm. I'll sell me. Yes, fair. So, yeah, I mean, I'm, kind of regularly rolling out, running kind of my own games and such like that. The nice thing about kind of, some of these ideas is that in running these games, if you are paired with somebody who is licensed, you don't yourself have to be licensed. You just have to have that relationship and appropriate trainings to then join somebody in their running of games as well. So that is absolutely an option to kind of get experience and get training. I am, looking to kind of do a little bit more continuing education, get credit building, because one of the things I've noticed a lot in our field is that, events like this are full of really wonderful nerdy psychologists who are very kind of like, on the level and like integrated into the whole world and how games work and nerd life works and D&D and all that great stuff. Outside of these spaces, a lot of psychologists don't know a whole lot, and we'll have things like internet gaming disorder kind of show up in the DSM, and then a lot of people are looking to work on gaming addiction for their kids, but then when people put continuing education credits out about it, you realize the people giving the presentations don't know about games, and that different games are different and are doing different things for people and are providing different functions. And so I am looking to work on some level of courses that are about trying to kind of provide more education about how this stuff works to the greater psychological field. Yeah. The thing that I love about a lot of these books is, usually somewhere in the first chapter, they're kind of like, do what you want. So D&D is a great kind of example of if you kind of follow it, like, rule by rule, page by page, it has a lot that kind of butts up against therapy work, depending on what the goals are. So, for example, if we've all played D&D, we may or may not have all been in a game, like a boss fight that lasted about 7 or 8 hours, something like that. It's hard to kind of sell that for therapy, right? Because you're kind of like, sure, if we're working on maybe ADHD, right? Waiting your turn, tolerating kind of roles you don't like, figuring out kind of how to sort of channel sort of the energy in your body into like a fidget spinner or something, and kind of like learning how to pay attention and feed back what other people are doing at the table and building teamwork. Like all of those things become great if you're doing an 8-hour fight. But if the goal is social skills, you're like, well, here we are fighting for 8 hours. So, a lot of it, of course, is just choosing how you're structuring the sessions and the campaigns to make sure that you're kind of accommodating what the goals and the objectives are. But it's also, where I tend to, enjoy certain systems that do strip things down, which is why, I kind of shout out Critical Core here, because I love that they stripped down the rule set of D&D. It still feels very D&D, but very accessible to no matter what your skill level is of playing the game. You can pick that up and run with it. I love Kids on Bikes or stuff like that. I just played my first Daggerheart, but I am enjoying the kind of Foursquare of dice rolls and how there's like kind of, several options to how that plays out. I've really enjoyed. Blades in the Dark, I think, is great because that's way more into kind of like the storytelling and the creativity aspect of tabletops. I'm sure there's more to shout out here, but I mean, there's a million. But like, yeah, I mean, so it's like, it is definitely like, again, kind of back to the idea of, be really, really intimate and familiar with the game systems so that you know what to change. And, that's the fun thing about watching all this stuff is that people play around with game mechanics all the time to do things that occasionally, like if anybody here watched Dimension 20's Never Stop Blowing Up, They took the Kids on Bikes system and then they broke it, and they recognized they broke it about, I think, 2/3 of the way through that season, but they loved breaking it, and it was fun. So it's like, it all boils down to making sure that your intentions for what you're doing are aligned with what you're then putting out in the world. And, whether or not it follows the rules is kind of secondary to that, I think. Hmm? All right, so we're all going to run out and play some D&D therapy now? Is that what I'm feeling? We're bringing it to the LFG zone. Alrighty. Listen, I'll talk to them. I'll happily put out some handouts there and talk with people about things we can pay attention to. I'd be more than happy to. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, Jungian. Oh, sorry. I heard union for some reason. I was like, okay, I got something to figure out here. I haven't directly jumped into exploring Jungian archetypes, but I mean, they are classic storytelling archetypes. I mean, their whole kind of, anima animus, shadow self, hero, old wise man kind of stuff. All that stuff is sort of classic to the act of storytelling. So I feel like there's an element of that does happen kind of just on its own in a lot of this stuff. But I think intentionally, it's a great way to organize how to create a game and how to, get things moving, because it kind of already gives you sort of an inherent structure to allow for creating an origin and figuring out how to get things moving and creating conflict and so on. So I mean, it's a great call out, I think, to ways of thinking about it. I was writing a short story actually, thinking about Jung a little bit, which I'm excited for. But yeah, not yet in the D&D space. Mm-hmm. Was thinking a little bit more in the D&D space from like Inside Out actually. Instead, just kind of like hitting like kind of like just hitting a little bit of like the what if we were kind of representing a lot of emotions through characters in that world and in those sessions. Yeah. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Very cool. Have you checked out on YouTube the Gloria tapes? So Fritz Perl, the founder of Gestalt therapy, is one of the 3 therapists that does I think 1 to 3 intake sessions with Gloria. So this is like long before probably what would have been. Well, I guess we're doing the couples therapy show now, so I think maybe that's all settled. But it was just it was actual intake sessions with a woman, and Fritz Perls did it. Albert Ellis, who's the rational emotive therapist founder, and Carl Rogers all have sessions with this woman, and then they talk with her at the end of all those sessions about who she preferred, and Fritz Perls was her guy at the end of it, which was always kind of blew the psychology classes away a little bit, because everybody's watching Carl Rogers be the most like empathetic, wonderful, sweet man who actually ended up adopting Gloria, even though she was like in her 40s or 30s. But hey, it was the 70s. What are you gonna do? But Fritz Perls was very like kind of harsh feeling and a little bit more aggressive in his stance, but she was actually preferring that as a therapist at the time, which I think is a great kind of reflection on seeing that we have expectations for what we think things are supposed to look like, and then there's what people are actually looking for. So you're always kind of trying to figure out what that is in the therapeutic space. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. There's a great excitement in doing that, and the best part, again, I loved it when I kind of bumped into like working with this stuff, where I was like, right, it's okay to have consequences, where it's like that's a great time to learn consequences right out the gate. First time running down the middle of the field screaming. Anything else? I'll just take good jobs and, thank you. That works out. Cheers.